Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Welcome to the second day of Labor, Health, and Social Services, June 24th. I'm glad to have some of you returning with us today and some new faces as well. Yesterday we went a little later into the evening, and so we apologize for that inconvenience for those who stayed with us. But I did want to point out that there were several materials in the packet, including one that LSO research staff did, Mr. Caldwell did, on the maternal health. And several items on EMS as well. So the board packet has lots more information that didn't get maybe covered directly in the meeting, but there's quite a bit there. We've also received several documents and emails from folks who have submitted things since or during the meeting and since the meeting, including some from Deacon Lehman and a couple others. And I'll ask that those be included. I'll forward those to staff and ask that they be included in the meeting materials as well. So everyone will have access to that. So, Madam Co-Chair, any comments this morning?
No, welcome back, committee and members of the public. Thank you for joining us. Look forward to the good work that we're going to do today.
All right, thank you. So just to line out, as folks can see, we're having some overviews from two of our agencies we interact with a lot, and we're glad they're here with us today. And then I think maybe Mr. Wolf's going to be joining online too. Is that what I understood? Okay, perfect. And then we have a couple topics. And then before we adjourn, because we didn't quite get to this yesterday, we'll discuss, the committee will have discussion about potential bill drafts and anything that we want to take up, and we'll take broad public comment. Maybe we get to some of those issues that aren't on the agenda. So with that, let's just go in the order that they're actually listed. So let's start with Department of Workforce Services. Those who would like to come up and present, come on up. And the good director is here. Great to see you, and a team. So as always, you know how this works. Introduce yourselves and then provide us testimony, and then I guess let us know if you'd like to take questions during the discussion, or you want to wait closer to the end. I don't know if there's a PowerPoint or not. Is there a PowerPoint? Yeah, there is. Okay. So you decide, Director. Welcome.
Thank you, and good morning. My name is Liz Gagan, and I am the Director of the Department of Workforce Services. And online today is Jason Wolf, who is the Deputy Director and has worked with the Workers' Comp part of our office for a number of years, and will be able to answer any questions about workers' compensation that you may have. And with me at the table, I have Karen Biebensee. Karen is the administrator for Workforce Standards, and we did hear Senator Scott's question about fatalities that happen in the workplace, and she will address that issue when we get there at that point in the presentation. And next to Ms. Biebensee is Administrator Holly McKamey-Simone, and she oversees our workforce programs. And then seated next to her is Robin Sanders, and Robin is our CFO. And we do have a slideshow presentation, and I'm happy to take questions as they arise as we are kind of going through the slideshow presentation. Next slide. So who we are, we have 18 workforce centers and offices located throughout the state of Wyoming. Our core programs are unemployment insurance, workers' compensation, vocational rehabilitation, occupational safety and health, the state mine inspector, and what we call employment and training, which is what most people would probably refer to as our workforce centers. We run on 16% general funds, 43% federal funds, and 41% other funds. Next slide. And just as a little backdrop of where we think we are with some of the proposed changes happening at the federal level, we learned recently that the Department of Labor was pausing the Job Corps programs across the United States. Since learning that, then a court has stayed the pause. So right now, it's business kind of as usual. But just to give you some idea of the impact that we would have if the Job Corps Center in Riverton were to close, at the time that the pause happened, we had about 80 students who are residents of Wyoming who were enrolled in the Job Corps program. If Job Corps were to close, then that would make our caseloads bigger, likely by about 80 youth every year. We would be able to offer services to those students via our vocational rehabilitation program or our other WIOA. WIOA stands for the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act program. We wouldn't be able to provide the level of services that Job Corps can provide to them. Job Corps provides 24/7 residential, all of their room and board, as well as some pretty really wonderful training programs. We can serve them, but we may not be able to serve them to the level that Job Corps could. The other thing that we've learned about recently, of course, the big beautiful bill is what's kind of currently going on at Congress. Big beautiful bill doesn't necessarily affect Department of Labor programs because it's mainly about mandatory spending. However, last month, we did learn about the White House's proposed budget. The proposed budget would have a lot of changes for the Department of Labor. Of course, it's a proposed budget, so we don't know what will happen. But generally speaking, what the proposed budget recommends is combining a variety of grants that the Department of Labor provides, and then instead of offering 11 different types of grants, telling the states that they can have a block grant, what they're calling the Make America Skilled Again grant. And then the block grant, it wouldn't be competitive. The funds for the block grant are about 24% less than the funds that currently are used in those 11 programs. So we would expect that there would be some reduction in funds that we receive from the Department of Labor. But again, it's all proposed, and we really don't know at this time.
Questions? We'll go Senator Scott and then Senator Hutchins.
Chairman, on the Job Corps that the feds are trying to close, what kind of training was that giving, and what was their record in terms of their students being employable when they got out?
Director, if you know the answers to that, that's great, and if not, we'll get responses from Job Corps itself, but go ahead.
Okay. Chairman Barlow, Mr. Barlow, and Senator Scott. I can speak to the training programs that Job Corps is offering. I can't speak to what the employability rate was after the students were done, but they offer a petroleum class where they train students in how to work out in the oil fields. They have a variety of equipment. They have carpentry. They have electricians class. They do CDL as well as operators. They did work with CWC in some healthcare-related fields, and then just general construction as well.
Okay, thank you. I think Senator Hutchins, did you have a question?
Thank you, Chairman Barlow. Ms. Kagan, nice to finally get to meet you. We've talked a lot over the phone. When you were going on slide number 1, who we are, you said 16% general funds, 43 federal, and 41 was other. What was the other? Where does that come from?
Go ahead, Director, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The source of the other funds, I think, is what the good senator is asking about.
That's another way of saying what I just said, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hutchings, our other funds are the Industrial Accident Fund. That comes from workers' compensation. We also have what are called employment support funds, which are generated through the UI system. And those are the primary source of the other funds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Ottman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for this report on Job Corps. It's in my district, and there's been a lot of phone calls and a lot of time spent. But what I was wondering, with the 80 students, there's also about 160 staff members. And so I was interested in where that might go. Also, do you know, there's 120 Job Corps, 40 of which were in the forestry programs, which was different than these contracts. Do you know, is there any talk that maybe they'll be looking at individual Job Corps? Because ours is different in that it goes right along with the trades, which a lot of them don't. And also, it's only 10 years old. So I was just wondering if you had any updates on that.
If you'd like, if you have any information on that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman, I don't know if there are any plans for any individual Job Corps. That I don't know. As far as the staff at Job Corps, if the Job Corps were to be closed, it would be my presumption that the staff would be laid off. They would be, when there's a large layoff in a community, what the Department of Workforce Services does is we put together what we call a rapid response, which means that we offer information and speak with all of the staff members about how they may be able to file an unemployment insurance claim. And then we also talk with them about how we may be able to assist them in finding new work.
Thank you. Further questions? Sorry, Representative Yin?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And maybe this isn't a question for Director Gagan, but I think the committee, we are the Labor Committee, and I think Job Corps is something that we should be supporting. So I'd be interested when we start talking about committee directives about putting a letter to our federal delegation in support of keeping that Job Corps open.
Thank you. Further questions? Yes, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, my question is the workers' comp fund on the actuarial soundness of it. Is that still fully funding the expected obligations?
If it's going to be brought up in a later topic, which I see on another slide, you're welcome to wait until that time, but go ahead. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. So today, I am just going to walk through our agency, the way that it looks in our budget. So we have one slide for each division in our budget. And the first division is our administration and support, which is our largest and most diverse budget division. So we will spend quite a lot of time on this slide, but then we'll be able to move through the other slides probably quite a bit quicker. So in our Division 100, we have the Office of the Director. This is where our communications folks are. We handle public records. Our fiscal office is here. Our labor market information folks, who we typically call research and planning. They are the ones that put out the monthly Trends magazine, as well as an annual report, just looking at all of the labor statistics in the state every year. We also have the Office of the Mine Inspector, and then some of the larger programs, a key program in administrative support, and one that I get a lot of questions about is our Business Training and Support Unit. And the Labor Committee, every November, we send you an annual report that lets you know the expenditures and where those expenditures are made. So you will be hearing about that with some concrete numbers in the next couple of months. And we have a workforce development training fund that was established in 2002. And it works to help strengthen Wyoming's economy by supporting the training and retention of a skilled workforce. And we have what we call business training grants, and these are for businesses to seek additional training for their current employees. The grants are for $2,000 per employee or $3,000 if the employee is in a preferred industry. We have pre-hire economic development grants, and these are usually grants where we enter into an agreement with a training facility, but we also need the support of businesses and the workforce center saying, yes, we do have a workforce gap here. We kind of need, anyone that is skilled, we can use and we can hire. And we will enter into agreements with the training entity. Some examples are CDL holders. We know there is a constant need for CDL holders. We have one for a medical assistant program. And I know there's, I think those are primarily the big pre-hire economic development grants that we have right now, although we are talking about maybe moving into being able to do some apprenticeship readiness, a type of program, knowing that we have large workforce gaps in most of the trades in Wyoming. We also do apprenticeship grants. And when we use the word apprenticeship, we are talking about Department of Labor registered apprenticeships, and we are able to pay the related instruction expenses associated with the apprenticeships. We have an HVAC one, we do one in plumbing. We've done a couple of teacher apprenticeships, and I expect for apprenticeships to grow. We know that that is a priority from the White House, and it's likely that we will be receiving more funding on the federal side to be able to help businesses grow apprenticeship programs.
Thank you. I think Senator Steinmetz had a query.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have some specific questions, and congratulations on your appointment and welcome. So I've had a few employers that have had a little bit of a hard time getting services. So I was wondering what you see as the balance between employer versus employee, your services that you provide. Also, do you still have employees working at home from COVID? That's my first question, then I'll have some follow-ups, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. So I understand the second part of that one. The first one, was it specific to a certain program for the director to respond to that we're receiving comments on, just so she has some context for all of
Mr.
us?
Chairman, unemployment insurance is the basic, and then some basic administration like changing addresses, refund on overpayment that took more than 2 months to receive a refund on, things like that, basic administrative services that should be provided to employers.
Sure. You're certainly welcome to answer as you like. If there's something specific that maybe you want to talk to with the Senator offline, I certainly respect that as well. So
Thank you.
go ahead, please.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Senator Steinmetz. First, as far as employees working from home, we do have some employees who work from home. The maximum that we allow any employee to work from home is 2 days a week, but it really depends on the type of work that you do. Some jobs don't lend themselves to working from home 2 days a week, particularly if you're a supervisor, that type of thing. We do allow employees to work from home, occasionally. Maybe you're having a refrigerator delivered and, your choices are basically taking a day of annual leave or, working from home, and then just taking leave as you may need to handle the refrigerator delivery. And then addressing some of what I heard with regard to unemployment insurance. We have heard that people are having a hard time getting payments on refunds, and we are working on some changes to make that a faster process. One of the kind of hiccups that we had at the beginning was once money goes into the UI trust fund, it cannot come out for any purpose other than to make benefit payments. But there are clearinghouses and other places. We've developed a process that should shore up and streamline that particular issue. And when it comes to maybe some more specific things about changing addresses, I'm very happy to talk with you offline. And certainly anytime any of your constituents are having issues with any of our services, please feel free to reach out. We all know it, there are times when I'm frustrated with businesses and you don't really know kind of the best place to go. Always happy to help.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay,
Please proceed.
thank you. We also offer internship grants. Internship grants are short-term structured learning opportunities for an intern to kind of learn about a business. It's a great recruiting for businesses. It's a great way to recruit people to your business. And for our students, it's a great way to kind of let them learn kind of the lay of the land in the area that they want to work. We also have what we call a pre-obligation grant, and this means that we can obligate funds for economic development. Usually this would happen if there were a new business who was interested in coming to the state, and they're going to have a need to do a large amount of training. We can obligate funds to make sure that we would be able to help the business that way. Also, any existing business that we're expanding, we'd be able to offer more funds for training than we would through some of our other programs. Some recent legislation, 2 sessions ago, there was a change made to the UI Trust Fund distribution of contributions. And so some of those funds are now going to go to our Workforce Development Training Fund. We've seen the first quarterly amount, which is about $42,000. And then also that same session, there was a change that allowed the state UI Trust Fund to be invested in Pool A instead of the regular state agency. We won't know exactly how much money or more money we were able to generate until June 30th. So pretty soon we should hear from the treasurer's office. But when we looked at this, it looked like over a 10-year period, if we had been doing this, there would have been an extra $800,000 a year to be able to support these training programs. A next key program was, again, what we call employment and training, but are really our workforce centers. Our workforce centers are primarily funded through Wagner Pfizer or Employment Services, and these are services that are available to any citizen of Wyoming. They provide the funding for the physical locations. We can provide some employment services. We have HireWyo, which is our job board. We have research computers that are available for anyone to come in and research careers or apply for jobs online. We provide labor market information. We can give specific labor market information to citizens. We can assist them with their resumes, help them understand what pathways may be to get into a certain profession. We also provide services to businesses. We can set up job fairs. We post their job orders on our job board. We can kind of sift through, applications as well if they would like us to. And then we have several grant programs that aren't for all citizens, but you'd have to be an eligible citizen. We have the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. We have an adult program where we help people with barriers to employment become employed. We have a youth program. We have to spend 75% of our youth program funds on at-risk youth. And so we have several programs that will help youth get their GED and, learn how the workforce works and to become a good employee. We have a dislocated worker fund, which is primarily used for people who are laid off from their job and may need some retraining or reskilling or some help finding a new job. We have Jobs for Veterans. We have specific programs where we help veterans and spouses of veterans. We have a reemployment services and eligibility assessment. And this is a newer program that we offer, and it is tied to unemployment insurance. And what it is every week we use an algorithm that determines the 40 UI claimants who are most likely to be on UI for the longest period of time. And then we offer, we mandate some case services to those folks. Within the first week, they have to make an initial appointment to come in and talk to a workforce services case manager who can assist them in learning how to find jobs, how to apply for jobs. We can provide them with labor market information. We ensure that they are doing the things that they need to be doing to remain eligible for UI, which includes ensuring that they are doing their job searches, that they are available for work, able to work, and actively seeking work. And then we're also able to make any referrals to any of our other programs that they may be eligible for. Other states have been doing this program for a number of years. We are kind of a newer adopter of the program starting in 2023. But what other states have found is that, from an integrity standpoint, states do a lot better because you're ensuring that people are actively looking for work, ensuring that they know how to look for work in an efficient and appropriate manner, and then also finding that the jobs that those people find are better fits for them, and then they tend to be able to stay in those jobs for a longer period of time.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Hutchins.
Thank you. Ma'am, I see now hiring signs everywhere. See people on the street, will work for whatever. And I'm just wondering how many people are utilizing these programs? Do you get a flood of people coming in, or just do they trickle in to use these programs? How do they know about them? Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hutchings.
Go ahead and reintroduce yourself. I know you were introduced earlier, but reintroduce yourself and provide any comments you'd like. Thank you.
Chairman Barlow, Senator Hutchings, Holly McCamey Simone. I'm the Workforce Program Administrator, and I oversee the workforce centers across the state. We have 18 centers. We have multiple programs, and so I'll kind of give you a brief overview, but we have walk-ins that come into our workforce center to use our services, and then we have caseloads as well. It depends on the size of the community, but say in Cheyenne, we might get 100 walk-ins a week, but our caseloads vary from 20 to 50, depending on what kind of caseload it is. In Voc Rehab, in some of our larger offices, our caseloads are upwards to 150 per Voc Rehab counselor. And then some of our smaller offices, the caseloads are much less, but then they're serving kind of dual roles where they're out in the community meeting with businesses as well as doing case management. I know that Voc Rehab saw about 4,000 participants last year. I don't have that number for employment and training workforce centers, but I could get that for you.
A follow-up from Senator Hutchins.
Thank you, Chairman Barlow. Ma'am, the success rate, are people coming in again and again? Do they come in just to maybe act like they're looking for a job? Or do you really know that they're going to get employed or they're getting employed and you can tick off the, hey, this one's a success?
Thank you. So maybe eligibility for these programs would be a good place to start, and then, thank you.
Chairman Barlow, Senator Hutchings, we do have very specific criteria for eligibility. Most of the folks that we serve in our WIOA programs or in our vocational rehabilitation programs are those with significant barriers. In Voc Rehab, they have to have some sort of disability that makes it very difficult for them to obtain, maintain, or stabilize employment. In our WIOA programs, they have to be basic skills deficient or have other barriers that make it really difficult to find work. And once they're found eligible, then they meet with a case manager or a VR counselor, and there are individualized employment plans that we create for them, very specific to that person, with a goal that is obtainable. And that might include training, it might include helping them stabilize that barrier that they're facing. And then there are case management techniques along the way that we utilize to make sure that they're on the path to success, and that we utilize a lot of referral agencies and other support systems as well. We are all measured under the WIOA umbrella on exit and success rate. So when they are successfully employed, then we have to follow up each quarter and make sure that they're maintaining that employment. And we partner with unemployment insurance, actually, and are able to get wage data to make sure that they maintain that employment. So we are all measured on successful placement of employment and them maintaining that several quarters after that exit.
So Mike, go ahead,
Quickly, if you don't mind.
please.
You mentioned that these were people that were like, had specific criteria. So someone like me, I just walk in, a little educated, and I just need a job. I don't have any disability or anything like that. Do you still help me as well?
Chairman Barlow, Senator Hutchings, yes, we would. That would be a different program, which we call our Wagner-Pizer program. So anyone in our communities can access our services, and we work with employers to post jobs, and any job seeker we would help and with the labor exchange and match them with a job, help them with resume, interview, all of those kinds of job seeking skills.
Gotcha. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Representative Thayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, I think in 2020, the last data that I've found that the WTF success rates, 78% of employees that use the workforce training funds show success into second year wage increases versus 39% that don't use these funds for training and jobs. Where can we get the newest data? I think that was 2020. And if you could you, I think that goes back to, I mean, it's solid data showing higher employment rates, longer employment, wage increases with the 78%, but that was 2020 data. So I would love to see that if possible.
So thank you for the question. Let's, if we're going to use terms, let's not using acronyms or
Excuse me.
things like that.
Wyoming Department of Training.
Yeah, that'd be great. So if other folks know it and people online know maybe what we're talking about. So go ahead, Director, or Ms. Simone, however.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Thayer, I am not certain which data you're talking about, but if you could provide me the 2020 data, what you were looking at, then I imagine I can update that for you.
Yeah, I think what would be helpful, and I think I heard this in the question and the request, was any kind of measurable thing that is more current, maybe, would be helpful in just understanding the programs and the successes. So whatever that is, whatever measures you might have in place. Yes, Madam Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, I'm taking a look at your internship grant program online. And yesterday, we heard a lot about gaps within the healthcare industry and the need for more employees. And I'm just curious, I know that you guys produce quarterly reports on workforce trends and what industries where we need more workers. But I'm curious if you evaluate your internship program and try to mold it towards certain industries so that we can fill those vacancies down the road. And then my second question is it's a pretty well-paid hourly wage for an intern. what type of age, what are the demographics that you see from folks that apply for these internships? Are they high school graduates going into college? Graduates that aren't going to college? I mean, where can we do better to improve this to help fill those gaps?
Go ahead, please, Director.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Co-Chair, first, with regard to healthcare, we do, in the report that we would have sent last year about the Workforce Development Training Fund, it would have included a pie chart showing all of the industries that use the different grants that we have. I'm certain that healthcare used a lot of internship grants, but I can't tell you the exact percent off the top of my head. But I know that it would be in that report, and that we will be updating that report in the next couple of months and sending it to you. We do have, with our business training grants, we do have preferred industries, and the preferred industries come from our Workforce Development Council. Currently, the preferred industries are construction, finance and insurance, healthcare and social assistance, manufacturing, technology, and hospitality and tourism. So we're always kind of looking at the mix of industries that we are supporting, because I agree that it's important to do so, and understanding where the gaps are and where we need to kind of beef things up. Also, with regard to the wage for an intern, you're probably likely looking at the rules, and we have a policy that we implemented after the rules that says that we will pay up to 480 hours. I believe the number in the rules is larger, but our policy is up to $18 an hour. And it doesn't mean that every intern will be making $18 an hour. We consult ONET, which has the average wage for the particular type of job that we are hiring for, and then that's all that we would support and pay for. But you could have a job where, sometimes employers will supplement the hourly wage, but the most that we will pay is $18 an hour, but we'll only pay if that wage is supported by information from ONET.
Okay, please follow up.
Follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, so what type of advertising do you do for this internship program? Where can we improve so that, it's robust and that we're enabling graduates and non-college seeking students to fill some of these vacancies within, some of the agencies that we heard from yesterday and so forth, and fill these gaps in the industries?
Go ahead. I guess this is also a place where we'd like to know what the uptake is to begin with. So how much of a gap, how much capacity do we still have? So go ahead with that. Because maybe we've used all our capacity. We need to do something else. So what can we do to get more folks involved if we have more capacity? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Co-Chair.
Ms. Simone. Please.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Co-Chair, we do have a young adult internship program that we launched in partnership with WIP. And we launched that just to get some good data and statistics on that demographic, kind of ages 16 to 24. And we did that with the intention to try to do a mentorship piece with that internship and make sure that those students had a relationship with an employer, got to see what that looked like to work with an employer in Wyoming, and hope that that was a bit of a hook, that if they went to college, even out of state, that they would come back and have that relationship with an employer, and that internship would be the building ground or the foundation for that. So we just are nearing the end of our last tranche of that, those funds, and we'll have some really good data from that. That has been one of our most successful internship programs to date, I believe, so,
Thank you.
yep.
Please proceed. Senator Hutchings.
Thank you. And hopefully this is in line.
Could you use your microphone, please?
I'm trying.
Yep,
Turn,
thank
it's
you.
really hard to turn this one on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you guys partner with like nonprofit programs like Climb? You do?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Please, Director.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hutchings, we don't necessarily partner with Climb. I know we heard yesterday the Department of Family Services, I think, supports Climb quite a bit. But we certainly, are aware of Climb. Climb does excellent work. And then, and actually, this was kind of getting me to the next thing I was going to talk about. Kind of the last part then of what our workforce centers do is what Department of Family Services talked about yesterday. We provide intensive case services to their power clients, as well as their SNAP clients. We provide the Dads Make a Difference program, and then Climb provides the services for that particular population.
Thank you. Continue.
Thank you. Next slide. Okay, our Division 200 is our vocational rehabilitation program. Administrator McKamey Simone talked quite a bit about what vocational rehabilitation does and its services to people with disabilities to assist them in finding and maintaining employment. And we do a lot of work with youth to get them work ready and help them really primarily make that transition from being in school to being employed. 79% of vocational rehabilitation is federal funding. The state matches 21%. We also house tele-relay services, which are fully federally funded. And here is another source of other funds that I forgot to mention. But it's 100%, tele-relay services are 100% funded with a surcharge of, I believe, 4 cents per month on everyone's cell phones and any landline that may remain. Currently, there are no direct cuts. We've been told, though, that we may have to cut in the future, but it's not a large concern to us right now. And vocational rehabilitation, if Job Corps were to close, more likely, most of the students would be eligible, and vocational rehabilitation would be able to assist them with some supportive services, as well as training programs if Job Corps were to close.
Please, Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question about that Riverton Job Corps. Will the does the department around the state, when things like this happen, make a concerted effort to go to them, or do you just wait to see who shows up?
So rapid response team, which we've had in our community, so maybe speak to that a little bit. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman, when we learned that Job Corps, the pause, we immediately put together a team of people from our workforce centers as well as vocational rehabilitation. They traveled to Riverton, and they met with each of the students who were Wyoming residents, and they co-enrolled them into the other programs that we have that they may be eligible for. And I know that that was that first Wednesday, and so that was also then the day that the federal court stayed the pause. But I think it was good for those students to know that if Job Corps were to close, that we do have other services. They've been co-enrolled. We've met with them, so they have some idea of what we may be able to do if the doors do close.
Would you speak to the employees part of that as well? The Job Corps
Yes.
employees?
Yes, and the Job Corps employees, if they were to be laid off, we would offer, like I said, the rapid response services to them. We, you know, and which means we would go up there and have time set aside. I mean, the employer has to allow this to happen. We don't have any superintending authority over the employer. However, any time that we would be allowed to, we would go talk with them all about unemployment insurance, eligibility, how to file, and then also talk with them about services that we can provide in trying to help them to find a new job.
Go ahead, Representative Ottman.
Just a follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Because one of my concerns has been about that is to keep these young people in Wyoming and to also bring them into that program. But saying that, if they have the opportunity, what about housing? Would they go back to their other communities in Wyoming, or would Riverton try to facilitate for them? Or, I mean, do we know?
Go ahead, Director.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman, I will say I don't know, but when the Department of Labor issued the pause, they said the students should be returned to their home of record.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. Next slide. All right, our next division, Our next division is 300, which is our unemployment insurance division. They provide temporary financial support to eligible Wyoming workers who become unemployed at no fault of their own. You will receive several reports from us regarding unemployment insurance throughout the year. Probably the more important one will come at the beginning of October, and that will show kind of the average rate that is charged to Wyoming employers. For the past 2 years, the average rate to Wyoming employers is 1% on the taxable wage base. The taxable wage base is currently $30,900. So the average unemployment insurance tax paid is about $300 a year per employee. And then you'll also see a graph. And there is a graph that I do want to explain, because when I first saw it, I didn't know why I was looking at this. But what it does is it has 3 different lines, and it shows what, over a number of years, what 3.5 of the total wages paid in the state are. It'll have 4% of the total wages paid, and then it'll show you where the UI trust fund is at. Because according to statute, the goal is to have the UI trust fund be in between 3.5% to 4% of the total wages paid in the state for the year. And so when you see that graph, you'll kind of see how we're doing. And I do think last year we were right in the middle of 3.5% to 4%. So what that means is when we're calculating UI rates, there's something called the trust fund factor. And so if the trust fund is over 4% of the total wages paid the previous year, there will be a negative fund factor. And so that negative fund factor can kind of negate other factors that go into a UI rate. If it is below 3.5%, then there will be a part of the UI tax that will go to try to get it again to be in between 3.5% to 4%.
Thank you. Please continue.
And there will be other reports that, like I said, you receive about UI. The White House proposed budget recommends flat funding for the UI administrative grant. Next slide.
I've got a question. Representative Clouston?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And I want to let you know, in my profession, I work with workman's comp insurances from all over the country. Wyoming is the best and most responsive that we work with. So I want to thank you guys for the work that you do. When I came into the legislature in '22, the trust fund was at $2.5 billion. So the total trust fund, there's the two accounts. I was trying to find where that fund sits at now. And then, so if you can answer that. And then in the last 2 years, I feel like we've decreased the insurance rate that we charge about 20% total. We did like 6.5 and maybe a 12% decrease on the insurance. Do you guys see that continued trend from what you were just speaking to? I know we're still probably the highest in the country, but a lot of that deals with our construction and mining and ranching. So just your thoughts on what we should be seeing upcoming. Will we continue to decrease based on the fund factors you were just talking about?
So I think if this is specific to workers' comp, that's a couple of slides from now. So maybe when that comes up, that's okay, if I could. And then, but I do have a question about the UI fund. Talked about two trust funds, a state and a federal. And just remind me the differences of those two, because I apologize, I don't recall.
Mr. Chairman, yes, we have the Federal UI Trust Fund, and this is the trust fund that we use to pay benefits. This is where the UI, the bulk of the UI taxes go. But the state of Wyoming also has a state UI trust fund that was set up a number of years ago, I believe in the 70s or the 80s.
Charlie remembers.
He does.
Oh, he remembers when it was broke too, so go ahead. Go ahead, sorry.
So at some point, also a number of years ago, employers stopped paying into the state UI trust fund. So the current balance of the state UI trust fund is roughly 51 million, and the interest that is earned off of the state UI trust fund flows to the workforce development training fund. And that is the fund that we just started to invest into Pool A rather than keeping it in the state agency pool. And the state trust fund is something where we would be able to pay benefits to UI claimants if we were to run out of money in the federal UI trust fund. And there is a benefit to be able to doing that. Many states will borrow money from the federal government if they find themselves in that situation. When you start borrowing money from the federal government, employers are going to have to be, employers will basically be responsible kind of for paying that back. Also, we would be able to use the state UI trust fund if for some reason there was something going on with the federal government where we were unable to kind of tap into or use the federal trust fund. We had a concern about that when there were some of the federal debt ceiling issues happening. Obviously, that didn't happen, and all of the UI payments from that trust fund were able to happen. But it gives us a little bit of authority and ability to make payments when things may go awry.
So just to be clear, it's actually not getting contributions, employer contributions right now. It's just sitting on a balance, and that's being used for purposes.
Mr. Chairman, correct.
Okay, thank you. Madam Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. Director, during last session, Senator Kolb ran a bill that lowered the number of weeks that folks can be on unemployment. And I was looking back at my notes, and there was a lot of discussion on moving towards self-funding and excess revenue and stuff like that within the committee. Just to piggyback on the good chairman's comment, our questions, where are we at with that? And could you kind of give us an update since that last session?
Thank you, Director.
Okay. Mr. Chairman and Madam Co-Chairman, the current balance of the UI Trust Fund, I believe is, I want to say roughly $550 million. I'm a little unclear when you use the term self-funding, what you mean by that.
Go ahead, Co-Chairman.
So looking back at my notes, the discussion was, well, back then, the trust fund was at 542 million. And that we were generating 21 million of excess revenue, and that this was going to help us move towards self-funding. That was a testimony that we heard. So I was just wondering if you can update us since that, but you have with the 550 million in the trust fund, so.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, and
Director.
Madam Co-Chair, I don't know if this helps any, but we do earn interest on the federal UI trust fund as well. And this is money that the federal government, tells us how much interest we've earned quarterly. And I believe it's roughly for $3 million each quarter. So we make about $12 million in interest. That interest goes immediately back into the UI trust fund and cannot be used for anything other than benefit payments to UI claimants. And then that money is used in any calculation that we make regarding the trust fund and, 3.5 to 4%.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, apologies.
Yep, no worries.
Director, so I think in the slide it said that the administrative grant would be reduced by $500,000 if the proposed budget goes through. If that goes through, do you think you'll be asking for that replacement fund from appropriations?
Go ahead, Director.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Yin, I would say probably not. Some of the other funds that we have are called employment support funds. We've never had enough money from the federal government to be able to run our UI program. So there is a portion of UI taxes that go into this employment support fund. And my guess would be more likely than not, we wouldn't need to ask appropriations for additional funds.
Go ahead, Representative Yin, follow up.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So does that mean that less would end up going in the trust fund then if it's going to pay for the administrative costs?
Director.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Yin, not necessarily. The part that flows into the employment support fund, it is kind of billed that way regardless of what goes on at the federal level.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Our next division is labor standards. Labor standards runs our fair employment program. They collect unpaid wages for Wyoming employees. They run the resident contractor certification, and they do the Wyoming prevailing wage study. Next slide. All right. So here we are at workers' compensation and OSHA. We all know workers' compensation provides medical and wage replacement benefits to injured workers, and that OSHA ensures workplace safety. And with that, I know there are some questions, and I would like to turn the floor over to Deputy Jason Wolf.
Good morning, Jason. Welcome.
Morning. Thank you, Director, members of the committee, Mr. Chairman, Jason Wolf, Deputy Director with the Wyoming Department of Workforce Services. I guess just to probably address a couple of questions I heard there from Senator Scott and Representative Clouston. I think Senator Scott's question was basically, is the fund solvent, the work comp fund? The answer is yes, it is solvent. I would say, I think the cash balance of the work comp fund as of May 31st of this year is almost, it's $2.8 billion. I would add to that though, however, our outstanding liabilities, meaning, what we currently have in reserves to pay out is approximately $2.2 billion. So we're roughly almost 600 million over, what we stand to pay in liabilities. So I always kind of caveat that with, as a rule of thumb, we pay out about $200 million a month or in wages and benefits. So you're looking at roughly about 3 months there of payments if we were to stop collecting premium. So I think that addressed all the questions asked, but Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Jason. Any other questions for Jason? Yep, sir, go ahead. Senator, Representative Clouston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Wolf, for that. Again, we've worked in the last couple of years to decrease the rate that we've charged. I think it's around 20% over the last 2 years. Is there work continuing towards decreasing that rate, or do you think it'll hold steady? What are your thoughts for the upcoming business years?
Yeah.
Mr. Wolf?
Mr. Chairman,
Wolf.
Representative Clouston.
Mr. Wolf, actually, would you start back with maybe some work we did a couple of years ago on kind of changing how UI or how workers' comp is calculated to begin with, and then get to that basic rate question maybe, please?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So in 2024, we passed a bill that we termed as the PFAD bill. What PFAD stands for is the Provision for Adverse Deviation. And in the workers' comp statutes, that's a fancy term that's used for basically a provision that we hold in excess of our liabilities. So that's what we term the PFAD, is that amount that we're over in the fund compared to our liabilities. So with that bill, essentially what that bill allowed us to do was calculate the income on that amount of the provision for adverse deviation. Typically, the way we would only look at the held liabilities, but with that PFAD bill, we were able to consider the income on that $600 million, essentially. What the actuary, we do contract with an actuary, and what that actuary then looks at is, with that money and considering, the future earnings of the fund and the investment of the fund, they do some fancy calculations that basically that bill allowed us to then lower rates beyond what we normally would have been able to lower them. So Mr. Representative Clouston's absolutely correct that for this rate year, we did a 12.5% decrease, or excuse me, a 12% decrease. And then the year prior, we did a 6.5% rate decrease. So we have met with our actuary. We actually start the rate setting process in March of every year. So none of the calculations are final for the upcoming 2026 rate year. But it does look like we're trending in the right direction, Representative Clouston. What that looks like, I can't really say for any certainty, but my guess is we'll have another rate decrease for rate year 2026, hopefully.
Thank you. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, my question at this point is, how does our benefits and our rates compare to what businesses see in other states?
Jason?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Scott, that's a great question. I don't have that in front of me. I do know, for those of you that are interested, the National Academy of Social Insurance does put out a publication. You can go to nasi.org and look at their most recent report, which is 2022 data. Off kind of anecdotally, I would say we offer really good benefits compared to some other states. So I think your bang for the buck, so to speak, is I think injured workers are being treated probably very fair compared to some other states. Just kind of depends on the benefit you're looking at.
Thank you. I think maybe actually provide a link to that or some data to that to the committee, just so senators, and in a form that can be mailed out to Senator Scott for that. Follow up, Senator Scott?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I do think that that's an important thing, because I think we have a potential tool there for marketing to businesses that we are both quite solvent and do a good job for less than many other states, and some reasons for that. But I think it'd be useful statistics to have, because that's something that all of us could use as in various efforts to recruit people to come here. But we've got to have firm numbers before we can do it.
Yeah. Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Wolf?
No, Mr. Chairman, not unless there's other questions.
Yeah, I'll just make I guess a general comment. I certainly appreciate the interest in making sure our employers have a system that's affordable and fair, et cetera. Oftentimes, I think as legislators, we don't hear from the employers. We're hearing from someone who got injured and is struggling to get care. And I've certainly heard from those folks in my community. So while I am very sensitive to making sure our employers are taken care of, I also hope we spending, and I'm not saying the department, but our committee, as a committee, we're paying attention to what the workers are actually dealing with, whether they're getting it. And I've also actually had some conversation with some physicians in the last 6 months where they have some suggestions about what could be done differently too. I haven't fleshed them out or gone anywhere with them, but certainly I think there's two sides to this equation. Let's just be clear about that. And I think we have to keep that in mind. So thank you. And certainly, if Jason, you want to say anything about that, or the director, that you're welcome to.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Mr. Chairman. I really, there's three players that we consider basically in the workers' comp system, and that's the injured worker, the medical provider, and the employer. And so it's a real balancing act to make sure that all three of those entities are, given a fair treatment. Obviously, we need to make sure that, our healthcare providers are paid adequately through this workers' comp system so that they do treat our injured workers. I think every once in a while we run into an issue where we don't pay as much as another provider, and we really look into that. In fact, Representative Closton has been helpful in that regard when it comes to physical therapy codes. So we do appreciate his expertise and others who are willing to give us that advice. So,
Thank you. Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, this is the fund that was at one point broke in start of calendar 1993. It was actually, I think, $5 million in debt to the general fund, and was using current month's premiums to pay last month's bills. And the change has been just, there was a total reform of the whole program, and it is so very different now that it's much easier to deal with.
I think, thank you, Senator Scott, for that history. Certainly, just knowing what the balance is, it's also important to make sure we understand what the liability is as well. And the liability is fairly significant. So when folks talk about you got all this money in the bank, rainy day money, well, some of that money is obligated money for true purposes. So Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, we did take the precaution of protecting the fund constitutionally, so the Appropriations Committee can't lay its hands on it.
Can't trust an appropriator. They're meeting in Gillette right now, so we'll telegraph that and remind them. All right, thank you, Senator Scott. Please proceed, Director.
Thank you. Next slide is the last slide. And this is something that I think most people don't understand that we do, but our last division is the Disability Determination Services. This is paid for fully by the federal government, and we have a group of employees who review applications for either Title II or Title 16 Social Security disability claims. The federal government tells us exactly what to do in this process, and we follow it. And with that, we stand for any questions that you may have.
Questions from the committee? Questions from the committee? So just to follow up a little more on this, so this is what someone would go through if they want to actually make a claim for SSDI, supplemental income, et cetera, whatever, something like that. Is that accurate? Okay, all right. Thank you. Questions from the committee? Questions from the committee? Thank you, Director. Thank you. Some of you didn't have to say a thing, I guess. Oh, we got a question. Senator Hutchings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The two ladies that sat there didn't say a word, just wondered if they had anything to add.
Well, we appreciate them being here, just in case you had a question for them, but you didn't, so thank you for that. I don't know how they got by without a question from you, so. Thank you very much, Director. Thank you, Deputy Wolf. Thank you, ladies. I appreciate you all. Certainly, there was a couple of things maybe we follow up on, some of those reports. Maybe just a link to that October report, Anna, if we could have that, or Clayton, that October report, just send it to the committee so the committee can at least see what came out last year and be thinking about the next one. So, anything else, committee? All right, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
All right, Department of Insurance. There was some prior planning from the Department of Insurance. I don't know what the color of the day is for the Wyoming Legislature, but I do know what it is for the Department of Insurance. Good morning. It's great to see you. Please introduce yourselves and provide your overview of your agency.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Tana Howard. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of Insurance. And with me today is our Senior Health Policy Analyst, Jill Reinking. Commissioner Rood had a scheduling conflict, so he sends his regards and apologies that he could not be here. So you're here with the B team, sorry, but we'll do our best to talk about everybody's favorite topic, insurance, right? And I apologize in advance, Senator Scott, you've probably heard this. You probably could do this better than I can, so appreciate some grace. So we are the Department of Insurance. We regulate everything about insurance, all aspects. We are the smallest department of insurance in the country. So our presentation is probably going to be a little bit different than what you've heard the last couple of days, because you heard from some really big agencies with really big budgets and really big things. And I like to say small but mighty. So we have 27 employees total. And one thing that may be a little bit different than some of the other presentations you've heard over the last couple of days is we are a self-funded agency. We bring in, and we bring in money to the general fund. And we're going to talk about all that, just a little bit of what we do and how we do that, just so you guys know. So some of the things that we regulate within the Department of Insurance is the licensure of the companies, the licensure of the agents. We regulate the risk retention groups, risk purchasing groups, motor clubs, service contract providers, things that maybe not insurance that somehow landed in our code way before I was probably even around, things like pre-need funeral contracts. That's always a surprise. The adjusters, the agents, the consultants, pharmacy benefit managers, and third-party administrators. We approve policy filing, so any type of policy document that you get in the mail from your insurance company is pre-approved through the insurance department itself. We investigate complaints, we monitor the financial condition and solvency of the insurance companies that we regulate, and we collect premium tax. So one of the things, we have a couple different divisions within our department, and we'll kind of talk about that. The department itself is part of, like I said, we're the smallest insurance department in the country. We only have about 27 employees, but we have to do everything the big insurance departments, the Californias, Texas, have to do. And so, we have to monitor, like we talked about, that financial solvency. We just don't have as many companies, right? Domestic companies. We have 5 domestic companies in the state of Wyoming. We have another 1,230 foreign insurers that do business in our state, which is pretty consistent with other states as well. The Department of Insurance, we are a part of the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, which is also referred to the NEIC. And what that is it's a group of insurance company or insurance departments, all of the different states' insurance commissioners get together, we talk about insurance issues that the country is facing, that our states are specifically facing. And the NEIC was created, I bring it up because occasionally we have bills that reference NEIC, accreditation bills or whatnot, where we get audited and we have to be held as a department to certain standards. And the NEIC is important because, one, as a small department, they have a lot of resources for us. They have people that do research for us for different projects. They have a ton of data that we can utilize, and as a small department, that's great. The purpose of the NEIC, the reason that it was originally built, was to really keep insurance regulation at the state level, to keep the federal government out of insurance and keep it regulated at the state level, which we like. We want to do that. So I bring up the NEIC just because that's a good way of doing business. Additionally, from the NEIC, all the states get together with industry and we create model laws. So we create uniform laws that all states adhere to regulate insurance companies. The bulk of these laws really have to do with financial regulation and how we examine insurance companies to make sure that those insurance companies are solvent to pay claims. And so it makes sense. It's a business-friendly mentality that every state is examining an insurance company the same exact way. So they can go to business in Wyoming or they can go to business in Texas or California, and they don't have to follow a new set of rules. It's all consistent. So it's a speed to market. And those type of laws are created, they take years and decades to create. We just had a bill last session you probably heard about that added on to these accreditation bills. It was a holding company act that just added another tool to examine these insurance companies. So that I say that just to make sure that that's one of the tools that we have in our toolbox. One of the divisions within our department is licensing. Licensing is where we license the agents, the adjusters, the consultants, the pharmacy benefit managers, the TPAs. We have, surprisingly, approximately about 215,000 active licenses in the state of Wyoming for individuals and entities that sell and adjust claims of insurance in our state. That's a lot of agents and adjusters. Obviously, most of those are non-resident, but nobody should have any trouble in the state of Wyoming finding insurance because we got a lot of agents. That section is managed, and those 215,000 licenses are managed by 3 people. To give you an example of a comparison, California has about 75 licensing individuals, and they have about 500,000. So just about double, but they've got way more people in their licensing. So again, small but mighty. We review all these applications. So every license that we have, they have to renew basically on a 2-year basis. So we review them, we make sure, most of those are just to make sure that they're compliant, that we don't have any bad actors selling insurance in our state. So that is the licensing section. Another section within our department is the examination, which is exactly, and financial division, which is what we were kind of talking about earlier with the examination of insurance companies. So we have 5 domestic insurance companies in the state of Wyoming, and we're kind of like their mother, we're in charge. We've got to make sure, because there are children, there are domestic companies, we have to make sure that they're financially solvent. We're responsible for them. Unlike a foreign company that is domesticated in another state, their domestic state is really responsible for those examinations. We examine companies every 5 years. To make sure, and that again is an accreditation through the NEIC standard. Every state examines these companies the same way and on the same basis every 5 years. So we do that to make sure, again, that they're financially solvent and they can pay our claims for the state of Wyoming. Another piece to that financial division that they do is they collect premium tax. So every dollar that of insurance that's sold premium, right? We all get our insurance policies. Insurance companies have to pay a tax on that, and that tax is the lowest in the country. It's a 0.0075%, and that brings in about $40 million a year for the general fund. All of that money goes to the general fund. Those insurance companies pay that each year. So it's a nice bonus, right? The next thing that another section that we do is our policy section. And the policy section, again, reviews every single form that a consumer may see from their insurance company. We review the language to make sure that it's compliant with law. We ensure that it's clear to consumers. You know, insurance is complicated and it's hard to read. So we try to make sure that it's consumer friendly. So this is done for your property, you know, your home policies, your auto policies, your health insurance as well. We review all of those policies. Last year, they reviewed about 1,700 life and health policies and just over 2,100 property and casualty. So those home and auto type policies and commercial policies. So that's a staff of 4. So again, we've got enough work to go around, that's for sure. Another thing that's housed in that policy division that I like to bring up and brag about is we don't have very many grants because, again, we're pretty small, but we've had a grant for about 30 years. And one of the grants that the department has, it's called the Senior Health Insurance Program. And what it does is it's a grant we've had, again, for over 30 years that helps Medicare beneficiaries learn about Medicare, their policies, to sign up for Medicare, to know, you know, what's the best fit. That's a hard time in a person's life to switch to Medicare. There's a lot, usually it's in conjunction with a retirement. There's a lot going on. And so we have these completely neutral volunteers throughout all the state that help these Medicare beneficiaries and give them advice about their Medicare benefits and supplemental insurance. We actually subcontract this grant to Wyoming Senior Citizens that's located in Riverton, and they do a great job. Another tax that we have, and this is kind of housed within the policy, is surplus lines. So all of those really hard risks to write, maybe just a little bit different insurance that a normal insurance company that's licensed here isn't really in the market for. We call it non-admitted insurance or surplus lines. So this is insurance that is through an insurance company that is not licensed in the state of Wyoming. They have to be licensed in their domestic state, and they have to still meet requirements for capital and surplus to make sure that they can pay these claims. But this is usually a pretty unique risk that's placed with this, but they also have to pay a premium tax as well. And that brings in an additional $8 million to the general fund as well every year. So that's approximate. Another
We got a question here,
sorry.
Deputy Director. Representative Wasserberger.
Thank you, Chairman. Just out of curiosity, how many people, are you aware of how many surplus policies are actually issued in the state of Wyoming?
Go ahead. Maybe how many types there are, and then maybe how many actual issuances, please.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I have a report, actually. We have so these surplus lines policies and this tax, we actually subcontract with another entity to collect this tax for us, and they give us a report, and they do this for multiple states. And so I just got a report for it's a little dated with the first quarter, but we had there's about 2,000 surplus lines policies in the state of Wyoming. So these are typically, not every time, but typically pretty high dollar, really high risk policies, right? Prior to my time at the department, I was an agent, and one of the things that was always surplus lines was like a ice skating rink. You know, there's a lot of risk of an ice skating rink. Insurers, that's not exactly something an insurer wants to sign up for, you know, a public ice skating rink or whatnot. Jungle gyms it can be anything really. It could be somebody who might have a significant loss history and they're having trouble placing business in the admitted market. This is an option for them to still get insurance. It's typically obviously more expensive, but they still have these options to get a policy. And it can be any type of risk, but I just used the example of an ice skating rink.
Senator Scott, I see a query on your face.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a couple of questions. It's the appropriate time. In the both property and casualty and health area rates. My understanding is, I know we do not regulate property and casualty rates in the health area, and we haven't done that since 1983. In the health area, I don't think we've ever regulated the rates, although there are a few regulations that are percentage type thing. You can't do more than such a percentage of your base rate. Are we the only state that's in that boat in those two categories? Or are there some other states that have our degree of rate setting freedom?
Go ahead, Deputy Director.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, Wyoming is the only state that does not require rates to be filed. So there are different types of rate regulation and rate filing. So in terms of property casualty, Wyoming is the only state that does not require an insurer to file the rates. Now, there are states, there is a handful, probably about 4 or 5 states that do not regulate the rates whatsoever, but they do have to be filed with the department. So Wyoming is unique in the sense that, right, we do not require those insurers to even file the rates. Health policies, we do require that they file the rates, but property casualty, we do not. The only rates the department regulates is long-term care, Medicare supplement, and title insurance. Those rates have to be filed and have to be approved to the commissioner. A couple of years ago, we had a long-term care bill that many of you maybe was a part of, where we tweaked the law to where the long-term care rates absolutely had to be, because of that market being a little bit tighter and harder, to be approved by the commissioner.
Okay. Thank you. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, so there are some other states that don't regulate the rates like we do. And Mr. Chairman, I would say I haven't seen a recent analysis of how we compare with other states, but because of the way we've done it, in the property and casualty area, we were significantly under similar states. The regulation is expensive, and the free market was doing a better job than the regulated market. And I haven't seen that study redone recently, but that's the way it was.
Thank you. Any comments? And if not, proceed.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, Wyoming's market is absolutely competitive. Whether, the property casualty market is significantly hard right now, so it's hard to know exactly. We're not well under other states. We're all kind of sitting in the same bucket right now. So that's not necessarily, but we are not above, right, other states as well. We're right in the middle, just like everybody else with the hard market. But, right, the regulation or lack of regulation with the rates has not significantly harmed nor, helped at this point with Wyoming consumers. Would it be nice to know what those rates are? Sure, as a department to know what's coming, but the department has taken on, some rate surveys to insurers so we can, know exactly what's coming on those things. So we don't have to file those, but that's research that we've done internally so we can be in touch with the market that we're regulating.
Thank you. Please proceed.
All right, another piece that the policy section handles is the Wyoming Health Insurance Pool. So we are one of 8 states that has a high-risk health insurance pool. This used to be a pretty common practice back before the Affordable Care Act. Many states had high-risk health insurance pools for individuals who couldn't get health insurance. This was prior to the ACA, where they would get denied, right, for pre-existing conditions and things like that. So health pool or high-risk pools were created. We still have ours, along with 8 other states. We call this WIP for better sense, and then it's been around since 1990. The enrollment is steadily dropping in in the health insurance pool as more options become available. Typically, once the ACA passed, we did have to amend the law because health insurance was available on the marketplace to others. So typically, the individuals who are enrolled in the health insurance pool right now, which is around 700 individuals, are disabled and under 65. So this serves as a supplemental insurance to their Medicare. So they're disabled, under 65, and on Medicare, and this is a supplemental insurance to that. We'll see where the pool goes. The pool I like to bring up because it is it's mandated by the legislature. This was again passed in 1990, and it is the only piece of the Wyoming, of the insurance department's budget that has a general fund component. Everything we do, from our administration to our contracts to every office supply, is self-funded through our assessments of insurance companies. So we take our budget that you all pass for us, we divide it each year by the number of licensed insurance companies, and we send them an assessment bill, and that pays for our department. The only piece, right, that has a general fund component is this Wyoming Health Insurance Pool, and it is not entirely general funded. It is also that the other half of this pool is funded by the assessment of health insurance companies. So every insurance company that sells health insurance in the state of Wyoming has to pay into this health insurance pool as well to pay the claims for these high-risk individuals.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Our next division is consumer complaints, which most of you are probably aware. This is kind of how we get our name to fame. We like to help consumers. We really do. We get a lot of insurance is complicated, right? We don't really, in the sense of our insurers are pretty good. We don't get a ton of complaints, but we do. And we like to help consumers with their policies and questions they may have and try to help them resolve their complaints or their claims that they have. We have a consumer advocate for property casualty, and we have a consumer advocate for life and health. Last year, we saw about 1,500 complaints and inquiries. So that is really formal complaints and individuals who just called needing help with their insurance, needing a claim explained to them, needing a policy language explained to them. What does that mean? So we're happy to help people. We really hang our hat on trying to help Wyoming consumers with their insurance questions or needs, and that's what we do. So we just act kind of as a middleman between insurance companies and that consumer of trying to resolve those issues. Another piece of the consumer division is our market conduct division, which consists of a whopping one person. Many departments have, this is a large, regulatory section of most insurance departments that have 20, 30, 50, 100 people. We got one guy and he does great. And what this really is investigating, going a little bit deeper on those complaints. So if we received a complaint from a consumer about their auto policy, standard practice would be we would ask for that insurance policy, we would read it, we would have correspondence back and forth, and we find that this policy maybe has a provision in it that isn't compliant with Wyoming law, or maybe they didn't pay something they were supposed to. We can investigate a little bit deeper of asking that insurance company for data of, how many policies have you sold this to to Wyoming consumers, or how many people has this provision applied to, or maybe they didn't get that payment on the claim. So it's just trying to see maybe if there's bigger issues, right, or trends, right, for different issues for insurers. And that just, again, helps us know our market a little bit deeper and to know what the insurers are doing and how they do business, right? Sometimes it's just making sure that the policy is being paid the way that it says it is, and that's what the market conduct section really focuses on. Our newest section of the department is the pharmacy benefit manager section, which also consists of one person. This committee has definitely, over the past couple of years, heard some PBM bills, and we're happy to report that our PBM section is up and going and is successful. We have our program manager over there, and she's done a great job over the last year since the legislature funded this position for us. But again, it is in our self-funded budget, so it's not a general fund. We were originally given a general appropriation for that PBM position, but we have since allocated that into our self-funded budget for the last biennium, just so you're aware. And our PBM manager has worked really hard over the last year to create the complaint process, create forms, create a procedure manual, and we're currently working on some significant pharmacy outreach. She's visited, and Jill oversees this position, has visited several rural pharmacies to really see, is the laws that we've passed working, and how can we help? And just let them know that we're here. If you have complaints, you can file them, and we're happy to help to see about that, because we all know many rural pharmacists are busy and working hard, and so we want to make sure we get in touch with them. So that's our focus for the next year. I don't want to leave Jill out either. Jill serves as our health policy analyst, and really her position tracks state and federal legislation. She oversees the PBM position and program itself, but also she's our outreach piece. So many of you, well, hopefully all of you, received an email at the beginning of the session about the Department of Insurance. We're trying to get more in touch with everybody about what we do, and we'll be sure to continue to do that. And we tried to give you some little handouts and guidance of just who we are, what you expect to see from us that session, which I understand it's been a minute since the session, and I have forgotten my name as well, so I understand if you haven't. But we're really here to help, and anything you need. Another thing that Jill does that I like to bring up is we do a public service announcement. We are statutorily mandated or obligated to do a public service announcement about insurance every month, right? And so many of these you might see in your local paper. We try to mix them up about health insurance or property casualty insurance or issues that we're seeing in insurance. They're actually funded by the insurers themselves. So the papers within our communities get to send a bill to these insurance companies for a small amount, and so they can publish those public service announcements. But it's nice for those small papers, to get a little bit of income and to help that, and then to get the word out about insurance. So it's great. Some of the things that we do every single day is just, answer questions about insurance. Sometimes everybody's wondering about what can the department really do and what can we not do. So what we can do is we can answer any question or try to find you a resource or any constituents about insurance, right? We're happy to do that. We're happy to work through complaints, investigate an agent or a claim or anything going on. Some of the things, and most of it really, like I said, that it has to do with those complaints itself. The things that we can't do is we can't act as your legal representation. We can't recommend an insurance company. One of the things, that is often confusing is we can't make necessarily the insurer pay, right? If you get a claim and they're not paying, we can't. Yes, we have authority to do other things to insurance companies and agents, but we can't just call them up and say, please pay them. It's now, So sometimes I just like to clarify that. We can't decide who's at fault or, anything like that. And we're just happy, to help the consumers. 9 times out of 10, when we have a complaint, it's a miscommunication. Insurance is really complicated, it's hard, and we like to, make sure that those consumers are understanding what they have, what they bought, and what their rights in that policy is. And the insurers, it's the same thing. A lot of the time, it's just that miscommunication, so we work through those with it. And with that, I will stand for any questions. I hope I touched base on most things.
Yes, I got Representative Ottman first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is always wonderful to hear your reports because you cover a lot of things, and just to see how self-sustaining your department is very impressive. So I thank you for that. What I am wondering about is there were reports that mobile homes and different things, and I assume because of different weather events, are getting to the point where they're not going to have insurance. And during this time of housing problems with mobile homes, a lot of people would apply for those loans, which they will not be able to get. Do you have any information or ideas on that?
Go ahead, Ms. Howard.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman, mobile homes, in my time in the insurance industry have always been a pretty hard risk to write and to find coverage for. The older the mobile home, the harder that is. I have been in touch with agents, and in fact, Jill and I, after this meeting, we're headed to Cody to an agent meeting to have some of these conversations with the agents, the independent agents of Wyoming, to talk about some of these issues. My understanding from conversations with insurers and agents over the last year is, yes, some of these types of risks are going to be harder to place. There is a market available, but it's tighter and it's definitely more expensive. Older mobile homes may not be available for a replacement cost policy. They might be getting less coverage, such as like an actual cash value policy, but they are available. And this is something I'm happy to follow up with you after I have the meeting with the agents to really, narrow down who's writing this business and where. If you have any issues, right, with constituents, that's something we've really tried over the last year, and to work with the trades and the insurance companies, themselves, of trying to get some more zip code level data of who's writing where, and so we can give some better guidance to consumers when we get these calls of, what might be an option. Again, we can't recommend an insurance company, but if we had more data, which we're working on trying to obtain, of, where are the harder risks, and where's the insurers, honey holes, where are they really wanting to write, and where are they staying away, and what are the risks that they're looking for. But yes, to answer your question, mobile homes have been a harder risk to place for a number of years, and as the market has tightened over the last few years, those harder risks, become even harder. So, but yes, I'll be happy to follow up with you in the next week or so.
Thank you. Other questions? Other questions? I guess I have three. One came up yesterday, changes in the ACA and some of that. So what do you anticipate hearing about or thinking about when that occurs? This is the premium tax credit issue. Any thoughts from you or your colleagues across the country?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is absolutely something we're tracking and watching. We do anticipate, as was stated yesterday, that Wyoming will see a pretty significant spike in uninsured because of that drop off of the additional premium tax credits. So we had a large increase in enrollment on the Affordable Care Act when the additional tax credits were passed. It just allowed people that made a little bit more money to qualify for insurance. And, we have a lot of self-employed, farmers, ranchers that really kind of fell into those, or all different sorts of trades that fell into that were able to get a qualified health plan. My own parents are ranchers and were part of that. They actually got part of that tax credit and have reaped those benefits. So yeah, we're expecting 10 to 11,000 people to drop off because of those. Now, whether or not they find, replace that, that type of demographic isn't getting insurance for free, right? I mean, they're not going to be what maybe we think about on the Affordable Care Act, where they're getting a significant tax break or a $0 plan, right? They're paying a pretty penny for those policies. So our hope is that they will try to find good quality health insurance in the other markets, which we have. We have several insurers that write policies or other policies, right? So it'll be interesting to see where that goes. But yes, we do expect a significant drop. We're watching the rates. Wyoming is a little bit different maybe than other states. We don't feel the effects right away in the market. So I don't expect to see the significant rate increases that other states are anticipating immediately. I would say we're going to see some increases. I mean, absolutely. Every market is, and that's part of it. But for the health insurance market, I would anticipate we're going to see these rate increases a little bit later, maybe plan year 2027 as opposed to 26, like other carriers are seeing.
Okay, thank you. So there's also, and I'm just going to do a couple of things, also another federal issue, and that was balance billing. Where does that stand? And I just need an update on where that stands with some of the federal actions, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So that's something we're definitely watching. It's been applied in different pieces of legislation through Congress. Nothing is really, based on NEIC, we're not seeing a ton of traction right now for some of that. A lot of different programs already have this balance billing laws, and there are several states that have taken upon themselves to pass these these no surprises type laws. We've really seen a significant positive impact on the federal no surprises law that had some of this this balance billing implications in it. For example, like the air ambulance. We used to get a ton of complaints for air ambulance and balance billing. That is completely pretty much non-existent now. If we do get an air ambulance complaint, it is definitely not related to balance billing. We're not, obviously Medicare, things like that, National or Medicare Advantage, they can't balance bill. So the type of balance billing that we're seeing or that it affects within our department that we regulate is very small, but it's something that we're tracking and we're seeing nationally, but we haven't seen it really take flight anywhere. It's definitely something we're watching, and we're happy to report back to the committee if needed.
Thank you. Air ambulance, I started getting twitchy there. Anybody else? Anybody else get twitchy when she brought up air
Yes.
ambulance? All right. Representative Wasserberger.
Thank you, Chairman. Okay, so just out of curiosity with the healthcare market, I remember talking to some folks that said it was, they claimed that they had mailboxes in other states to get health insurance because it was difficult to get access to some of those here. I had a chance to talk to a few folks during general session, and they said, well, there's a lot of them that also don't have any interest in bringing their companies to here. Do you know if that's because of like a certain risk pool that we have here? People, maybe, I don't know, a higher rate of heart attacks that companies don't want to cover, or, are you familiar with that as well? This issue with some people that are, I don't know, I just remember hearing that from a few folks when I was talking to people on the campaign trail. And so it's an issue that I just don't know a lot about, but maybe something that we could learn about.
Go ahead, please.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Wasserberger, the health insurance market in Wyoming has its struggles, right? I'm not aware, I will be honest with you, with other people having different addresses to get insurance or whatnot. And some of this, it would be regulated and vetted by the insurers themselves. That being said, on that note, most states have really taken upon themselves to pass, to grow their health insurance market. Wyoming is a little bit different. Our market is healthy. I will say that. It's healthy. It's competitive. We have a lot of insurers. We probably have about 800 insurers that write a form of health insurance, whether that's major medical, short-term limited duration, limited indemnity, accident only. There's a lot of different types of policies for people's needs, right? Other states have really taken it upon themselves to grow those, essential health benefits, written that, to pass laws in that. Our laws are pretty archaic. We haven't necessarily, we have some and they're good, but we necessarily haven't. We've kind of taken the approach of more of a free market. We're not going to necessarily require insurers to provide certain coverages. When the ACA passed, many states passed laws to mimic the ACA, to say, hey, we're going to also require essential health benefits, and we're going to regulate it in this way, such as, we were saying about the balance billing laws. A lot of states have grown their health insurance laws to reflect that and to grow with the market. Wyoming really hasn't in that. Now, this might be a surprise and it may be, upsetting. The health insurance market is different than the property casualty market. Property casualty, every policy that's written here, we regulate. It's within our department, we regulate it. Health insurance is completely different. What our department regulates in terms of health insurance is very minimal, right? We, at one point, say about 11 to 15% of the health insurance market is really, and that might be pretty high, honestly, to regulate within our office, because we have the marketplace plans that are regulated federally. We have obviously Medicare that's regulated federally. We have large employer plans, right? You have employers that are located somewhere else, like the oil companies may be located in Texas. That's where the company is domesticated. And so they issue certificates to their employees who reside in Wyoming. And those policies are technically regulated by Texas, because the company, or like a Texas, right, or wherever, the other state, because that employer is the named insured on that policy. They're responsible for that policy, and that's where the policy is cited or issued, right, within that state. So those, sometimes we have some difficulty and we have to work with other states. I think that's part of it. Why? I mean, another thing that really faces, and I'm sure, a lot of the people sitting behind in industry can also have probably better comments than I do. Wyoming, as we talked about yesterday with the lack of providers, it's hard for insurers to meet network adequacy on some of these, marketplace plans or some of the other plans that have more regulation, because there's not a lot of doctors, right? There's not a lot of providers. Also, being rural and being such a, CMS calls us a frontier state, which is about as, it's another level than rural. It means we're really out in the middle of nowhere, right? Which I love. That's why I'm here. But that really adds another layer of it. And the cost of healthcare is high in our state. And that adds another piece for insurers to, again, we have a lot of insurers here, but whether or not they want to write those major medical, cover everything under the sun type policies is a struggle. And that's why the Affordable Care Act has been really beneficial to Wyoming consumers, because they're getting those tax credits. We're seeing a significant increase in enrollment, and people are getting really quality insurance, to where, again, insurance is complicated. If they're not on those, qualified health plans, they're at risk to buy a plan that may be not as good, not as comprehensive, and at risk for other, other complications like medical debt or, financial hardship, to where they're not getting their claims paid, but they're also, not getting quality insurance. So sorry, I'm long-winded. I apologize,
Thank
Mr. Chairman.
you. Senator Scott, and then Representative Clauston.
Mr. Chairman, I would want to comment on this, that you're going to see in the health insurance area, Wyoming's going to be costly, and there's some fundamental reasons for it. Good part of it relates to our sparse population. A lot of healthcare, expensive part, is a high fixed cost business. Wyoming does not have the volume to offset those high fixed costs. And so the cost in, say, Colorado, where there is the volume, is going to be lower. And that's a chronic problem that, given our sparse population, we really have difficulty solving. We get discriminated against, and it's related to that by the Medicare program on quite a scale. That hurts. We have not controlled our tort liability system, and that hurts us too. That's one of the problems we get in recruiting providers. So we've got a bunch of fundamental reasons why healthcare in Wyoming is more expensive, and that means that health insurance here is more expensive. I've heard of people going and buying insurance in a neighboring state, having a post box down there or a relative and that is a very risky thing for somebody to do, because essentially they're committing a fraud on the insurer by making a false claim of where they live and saying they live in an area where the healthcare is cheaper. And they might find the hard way in a bad case that they didn't have insurance because they'd committed a fraud in that. So that's something that people should not do. Now, it's a problem living here because the higher healthcare costs. That's something I think this committee needs to look at, the specifics. There's some things we can do maybe to deal with it costs more to get things done here because the volume isn't high enough to offset the fixed costs in so many procedures. That's an issue we're going to have to deal with as a committee. I don't think the insurers are pricing it unjustly here, but it is more expensive, and it has to do with the fundamental cost of health insurance. Department, is that analysis wrong? Would you modify that in any way?
Go ahead, Ms. Howard, if you dare, if you dare.
Mr. Chairman, I would never. I completely agree with Senator Scott. And of course, as usual, he's correct, and I appreciate your input, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Probably one of the things we have to keep in mind is uninsured adds to that cost too, because those costs get passed on to providers up and down the line. So, all right. Yep, Representative Clouston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here this morning and the great testimony. Last year, this committee sponsored and it became law, House Bill 82, the provider enrollment standards, takes effect July 1st of this year. Jill, could you just tell us where that's at, and is there anything this committee can do to help make sure that goes through smoothly?
Ms. Ranking, good to see you. You've got your green books with you. Look at that. She's always prepared, always
Bible.
prepared. A good LSO, former LSO staffer, for those that didn't know that. So go ahead.
The good old days. Chairman Barlow, Representative Clouston. We are currently working on the provider credentialing form. I do have that complete. I have sent it out to those that were kind of the stakeholders that we met and discussed it with for input. I have received some input back on that. They are really kind of minor changes, just adding a few things that maybe I had, or obviously that I had missed when creating that form. The form will be ready to go come July 1st. It'll be available on our website, I presume, and I would assume that it'll be available on the insurer's website. Whether it's electronic, I've had a lot of input or comments on whether that was going to be an electronic form. I did create that as a form that was fillable, but it will be up to the insurer whether their system will accept that as an electronic form filing through them. For rules, we right now are not projecting or expecting to write any rules on it. I think that the statute was well-written and covered all of the obligations and all of the necessities for that provider credentialing form and set those timelines in statute. So at this point, we should be ready to go July 1st.
Thank you. All right. Further questions, Department of Insurance? Further questions? Senator Scott? Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, ask the committee to think a little bit. This is a very different presentation than we're used to. The agency is making a profit for the general fund. The agency has not got problems with, we don't have industry here complaining about unreasonable regulations. The agency is providing good service to the public. This is a different, much, very successful agency, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Well, we're going to go to public comment now, and I see insurers in the room, so we'll find out. We'll find out whether that
Mr.
holds
Chair.
true, just saying.
Right, you might have spoke too soon, Senator Scott.
He just prompted 7 people weren't going to say a thing.
That's
and now
right.
They're coming up. All right, further questions? Further questions? All right, I mean, I do think that while it is different in a lot of senses, that doesn't mean that there aren't challenges the agency deals with, et cetera. So, all right. Further questions? Seeing none. All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Safe travels to Cody. All right. Public comment on either of the agencies we've heard from, just general public comment, Workforce Services or Department of Insurance. Good morning. Please introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Ross Schreckman. I'm a citizen in Casper. I'm also a licensed insurance agent since 1975. I have two comments before my major comments. Recently, the Social Security Trustees Fund reported that they're in trouble, and that by 2033, benefits for Social Security recipients might be cut by as much as 25%. Currently, we only have a 62% labor participation force. Why I'm mentioning this is I was very impressed with the presentation by the Department of Workforce Services, because if we can get more people, adults, working, then we might be able to save Social Security. That's the biggest way we can do that, is because the more workers, the more revenue through the Social Security system. Secondly, coming from a state of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, where my license fees as an agent went to the general fund and the department was always struggling for money, I am really impressed with our Department of Insurance, with a small staff doing all the wonderful work that they do. I want to address the so-called Patients Protection and Affordable Care Act, which was passed by Congress in 2010. As an insurance agent in the 80s, I started selling individual and group health insurance. By the 90s, I was insuring, through the companies I placed business with, 600 workers among 30 different companies, ranging from sewer contractors, glass manufacturers, flower shops, picture frame shops, independent doctors. Within 2 years of the Affordable Care Act, my group rates went up 80%. I got a call from a small business owner. She was in tears because they were looking at dropping their group insurance. She and her husband would have to buy private insurance under the exchange. Groups were being laid off. And backing up what Representative Ottman said yesterday, many of these groups were losing their coverages because individuals would get the subsidy on the individual market. And groups were collapsing because many of the carriers required 75% participation of eligibilities. Talking about local control, the federal government under the 10th Amendment is not supposed to be regulating insurance. That's not an enumerated provision within the federal Constitution. The ACA required not only rates, essential benefits, which included things that are really not essential but wanted under the bill. They got to the point that the language in the summaries given to the employees had to be approved by the federal government, by HHS, Health and Human Services. The summaries had to be 9 pages, no more than 9 pages, a certain font. Talk about over-regulation. The other problem was, and it sounds good, the insurance companies could only have 15% of the premium go to administrative costs. Before the ACA, that meant, you know, if you bumped up against 15%, then, and you spent another $1, you added another $1 to the premium. But when it required to be 15%, that meant your premium went up 7%, so you still got under the threshold, if you follow how that works. So we've gotten to the point that in my business, in the individual market, I had 30 companies to be able to sell in Pennsylvania. By the time 3 years went by, I had one, Independence Blue Cross. and then they stop paying commissions. So you're supposed to work for free. Personally, my insurance went from $218 a month with a $5,000 deductible, eligible for health savings accounts. Within 3 years, my premium went to $800 a month. I lost my coverage twice. My doctor left the business, and my deductible went from $5,000 to $6,500. So the ACA, for some people, if you get a subsidy, is a good deal. And from the testimony yesterday by one group promoting Medicaid expansion, it seems that almost everyone under the exchange is getting a premium subsidy. It's actually masking the full cost of the program, because if you're paying $100, but your subsidy is, let's say, $200, you think your premium's $100. It's $300. Where the other $200 comes from? The taxpayers, okay? So my recommendation on ACA is this, that the federal government has to do, Congress has to look at this. I doubt if they're, with everything else going on, that they're actually going to do something. So my suggestion is maybe Wyoming can offer a waiver to get some more flexibility in the market. We have our own unique situation because of our rural spread out population, the lack of specialists and those kinds of things. So that's my recommendation on that. Just to follow up from yesterday on the long-term care partnership, that was not an idea I have. I actually worked with a member of Congress with the legislation to expand it, worked with the language and promoting passage of that law so that it expanded from 4 states to all states. So in 2009, House Bill 92 was passed. Senator Scott was one of the sponsors of that. That created the long-term care partnership. It's under Title 42, Chapter 7, 42-7, 103. I can send copies to the members of the committee. The only recommendation there is to let as many Wyomingites know that if they purchase a private long-term care insurance, it's less likely they're going to go on Medicaid, but if they do, they can protect their savings. And it's a great program. It doesn't cost the taxpayers money. It actually could save us long-term for additional people that may need long-term care services in the future. It won't affect the people that are already on Medicaid. I understand from yesterday is about 6,000 people at about $6,000 a month. I did a calculation. That's about $432 million of taxpayer money, federal and state, which I believe is more than the property tax relief for residential per year. So it's a program that we really should promote for those that can afford to purchase coverage and be able to have the choices of staying home or using our assisted living communities and other services. So I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Senator Scott?
Yes.
42-7-103. 42-7-103, Senator Scott. I think is that accurate? Yep.
Yes, Chairman. I will send 3 copies that I printed out this morning of the partnership, the section, and the bill.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else who wants to give public testimony, come on up. Mr. Correnti, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee, Joey Correnti. I'm testifying today as an independent digital media producer. And a couple times today, especially in the insurance section, I heard reference to mandatory public service announcements. I looked up the statute, which can be found 26-3-126 under the annual statement and publication of statements. The commissioners shall cause to be published no less than 6 times per year, no more than 12 times per year in newspapers of general circulation within the state, that meet the requirement of other statutes, a public service announcement pertaining to the insurance, and each insurer shall pay the cost of publication. The statute continues. I don't mind the informational dissemination. I don't even mind that the participants in the insurance business are included in the payment for that. My problem is now we have the state telling a private business or industry, you must pay the department this, and that money will only go to one industry, newspapers. We are living in an evolved digital age. Why the department can't have this on their website, also include online ads, links in other online publications, or even just random websites. I think that this statute specifically, and I know there was a bill brought a couple years ago to say it can't just be the newspapers. We have different ways of disseminating information. And luckily, in this case, it's not taxpayer dollars directly that's subsidizing print media. But in this conversation, and possibly in your deliberations for bill drafts or a conversation with Corporations Committee, I would like to see some contemplation of removing that mandate, that it always be a print newspaper that meets this statutory requirement, so that we have this one special group of people that's getting industry or taxpayer dollars in a medium that really doesn't reach the general public anymore. And with that, I'll stand for any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Correnti? Thank you. Appreciate it, Joy. So I actually have a question for the Deputy Director if you come back up. Deputy, so you heard the comments, and obviously this, you're directed by law. Just because the statute says that, do you use other forms of media to disseminate your PSAs, public service announcements? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Tana Howard, Deputy Insurance Commissioner. Yes. So correct, the statute does say by print, and that has been brought up before, but we absolutely, it is posted, every PSA we have done, and Denise Burke behind me, did these for several years, is posted on our website. If you Google Wyoming Department of Insurance and you go to news, we archive every single PSA we've done probably for the last at least 14 years or so. So they are on our website. Jill also routes those through our LinkedIn page as well. Depending what the issue may be on the PSA, if it affects agents, we send that out to the agent community. We send that out to different newsletters. We've done PSAs, and depending on the type of insurance, right? We've done PSAs that also, right, again, every single one is on our website, but I've also circulated those through AARP's newsletter, as well as there's a national daily newswire through the NEIC. Those are sometimes picked up and circulated online as well for anybody who wants to sign up. So we will get them out to anywhere that will take them. Sometimes the paper does, sometimes the paper doesn't, but they will absolutely be on our website every single month historically, and we archive every single one of those.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right. Anything else for the good order? We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we're just a little bit behind, but we'll get back on order because Chairman Rodriguez is going to take over. Rodriguez Williams, excuse me. 10 minutes, we'll be back in.
All right, committee, welcome back from the break, members of the public. We are going to move on to our next agenda item, which is artificial intelligence use in prior authorization. We'll hear from the Wyoming Hospital Association, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming, and then we'll open it up for public comment. So the Hospital Association, please come forward. Good morning, sir. Welcome. If you'd state your name and we'll hear your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members of the committee, Josh Hannes with the Wyoming Hospital Association. Appreciate the committee taking some time on this issue today. For some of the newer members of the committee, just to give a little context, 2 sessions ago, hospitals and the medical society and insurance worked together to craft some changes to the prior authorization process. So prior authorization, just very simply, it's those services that insurance companies require prior approval before a physician can go ahead and be sure to get paid for those services, and of course. And like I said, a number of stakeholders worked together. We had a number of legislators on this committee. Representative Clouston was one of those. Former Representative Sarah Penn participated in that. And I think we really put together a good, solid piece of legislation that's going to be really helpful for providers and consumers of healthcare going forward. What we bring before you today is a small clarification to that law, or a clarification we'd like for you to consider. And so I had provided LSO a memo that I believe was in your materials. I'm not going to go through and read that to you, but essentially why we brought this is because there's a couple of large cases with large insurers where prior authorizations are being denied based on an AI-generated determination. And for the purposes of this discussion, I'm going to use artificial intelligence very generically. We have some suggested definitions in here, but hopefully, if it's okay with you, Madam Chairman, I'll just sort of use that as a catch-all for now. And, excuse me. So in those cases, like I said, physicians are technically signing off and making these adverse determinations. But our question is, how are they arriving at that conclusion? And based on the cases we cite in the memo before you, it would appear that artificial intelligence is making those decisions, and then physicians are signing off. We don't think that's an appropriate way to go about this process. We continue to feel that care decisions should be made between patients and their providers. So on page 2 of the memo, we offer some definitions, and then we ask for a slight change or a small addition in subsection B of 2655-104, which essentially says that it's not saying you can't use artificial intelligence, but what it says is that if one of those platforms recommends a denial, that a physician or an appropriately licensed provider has to go in and actually meaningfully review that case and make the decision. We just, the current legislation does say that a physician has to do the review. But like I noted in the other cases, we're concerned about how they might be arriving at those conclusions. And so maybe this is a little bit belt and suspenders. The current law does, like I say, outline who can make those determinations. But we want to make sure that if a denial is being issued, that an appropriate healthcare provider has reviewed it thoroughly and is making an appropriate decision relative to that prior authorization. And really, it's quite that simple. We hope that you'll consider this favorably and work with us through the interim to add this to the existing statute. And with that, I would stand for questions.
Committee, questions or comments for the Hospital Association? Representative Clouston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. So I agree with you that we do want this reviewed by a licensed, appropriate provider. How would we be assured of that? I mean, we're asking them to be honest and go through this, but do we have any means of, I guess, enforcing that or being assured that it would still actually happen if we put it in statute?
Go ahead.
Maybe. Oh, Madam Chairman, thank you. Representative Clouston, I think that's a good question. And I don't know that even under the existing statute, that we would necessarily know what the review process looks like now. So currently, and in the legislation, there was some reporting that insurance companies have to do based on denials, right? So they have to give their reasoning behind it, how many they denied, and things like that. I don't know that that reporting would necessarily capture, if they were using artificial intelligence to make those determinations. I think what you'll hear today, and I don't want to speak for anybody, is that insurance companies in Wyoming currently aren't using artificial intelligence. So in terms of how would we know, I think in the large cases that we've cited here, what's happened is that employees of those companies came forward and made some of these claims, or at least participated in the investigations. So that's a very long way of saying I don't know. That's not a great answer, but I think it would be helpful to have that clarification in the law.
Senator Crum.
Yes, Madam Chair. My question is, would that physician review and the AI results, would they work for the insurance company, or would they be some third-party review in the AI results?
Mr. Haney.
Madam Chairman, Senator Crum, I can let them answer that more specifically, but I think it's a mixed bag. I think some do it internally, some contract out third parties, review utilization providers.
Follow up, Senator.
I'd like to come on, there we go. Yes, Madam Chair. Would you get a more neutral result, you think, if you had a third party do it versus somebody that worked for the same company that the AI made the decision on?
Mr. Haynes.
Madam Chairman, Senator Crum, whether it's the insurance company itself or the third-party utilization agency, they're held to the same standard, and the legislation applies to both equally. So they have to follow the same rules.
Vice Chair Ottman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Janice. If you would just, for purposes of information, remind us of the statute, but also what I want to ask is if you know, the way I understand AI is that it is out there as a tool, but the information that it has is what people put in there. And so all of the warnings that I have seen said this information could be wrong. And I've seen that reportedly, so I thought, wow. So for people to be making determinations on healthcare, is there some warning we can put out to physicians or education or something? Maybe they figure it's good information. Maybe they don't know. Do you know of any way? Because I don't see how, like Representative Clausen said, I don't see how we can be everywhere monitoring until there's a problem. So if you have any suggestions on how the bill reads and how this fits right in there and what we can do to slow it down.
Please.
Sure. Madam Chairman, Representative Ottman. I am certainly not an AI expert. What I will say is I think there are a lot of valuable uses, again, using AI in sort of generic terms here. There is value to that, and that's why we haven't pursued a prohibition on health insurers using AI. Minnesota recently introduced a bill, it's about 3 sentences, that said health insurers can't use artificial intelligence, period. I don't know that that's useful, because like I said, I think there's value to some of that technology. What we're saying is that, and I don't mean to repeat myself, but that if you're going to deny these prior authorizations, that somebody who knows what they're doing and is a professional in this area is making those determinations. What we found, or what in the cases we cited, what they found was about 80% of the prior authorization denials are overturned on appeal. And so I think what that's telling us is that in these cases, if they're using artificial intelligence to create these, or as part of their process, that they're quite often getting it wrong. And so that's why we've suggested the language that we have today. I hope that helps and answers the question.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So just in reviewing the statute around your proposed changes, I don't see any penalty for not following the statute. I don't see who is policing this. I don't see any of that. Is it the Department of Insurance? How does this work exactly in practicality?
Mr. Haynes.
Madam Chairman, Senator Steinmetz. So in the original legislation passed a couple of years ago, the Department of Insurance does regulate it, and in their rules, they have penalties for violations of statute and their rules. So those are built in already. We didn't need to include them in the bill that we passed a couple of years ago. And because this language is being inserted into that legislation, it'd be the same.
Senator Scott?
Madam Chairman, Senator Steinmetz just asked one question.
She stole your thunder. Okay. Got it. And committee, any other questions? Comments? Senator Hutchings.
Madam Chair. Sir, you mentioned that you didn't know enough about AI, and I don't know if any of us do. I'm kind of like one of the previous speakers. AI can only give us what we put into it, like the computer, to get output. Is this maybe a proposal you can bring to an individual legislator and see if they'll work with you to get this a little bit done? I don't know if this rises to a committee bill level, but I wouldn't mind working with you to learn a little bit more and try to get this done for you. What do you think?
Mr. Haynes.
Madam Chairman, Senator Hutchings, we are happy to work with anybody who would like to move this forward.
Additional questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. We'll bring up Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. And if they're, well, we've got, looks like all of the seats will be filled this time. Okay. Okay. All right. Ma'am, please state your name and who you're with, and we'll hear your testimony.
All right, Madam Chairman, members of the committee, good morning. My name is Kelsey Prestisator. I'm here on behalf of Blue Cross Blue Shield Wyoming. We are Wyoming's only local, not-for-profit health insurer in the state, serving over 100,000 members here in Wyoming. We are here to testify this morning just to make it abundantly clear to the committee and to the public that Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming already has committed to not utilizing artificial intelligence in the prior authorization process for adverse determinations. That is not a practice that we have engaged in or will engage in. As many of you may have heard on the news this weekend, many insurers across the country, including Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming, have also publicly reaffirmed their commitment to not use AI in prior authorization decisions at the federal level with CMS, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, and Health and Human Services during a roundtable meeting with Dr. Oz, the new leader of CMS, and RFK Jr., the new leader of Health and Human Services, HHS. So that is something that we are already doing as a company, and that's something that we have committed to. And so while we certainly appreciate the Hospital Association's attention to the issue, it's just simply not something that's happening with our members here in the state. It's just not something that is a Wyoming issue. It's something that we've proactively and voluntarily chosen to do because we do value the patient and member relationship, and we do want to preserve that and ensure that licensed providers are making decisions on adverse determinations in accordance with current existing Wyoming law. As the Hospital Association mentioned, Wyoming law also already provides for penalties for violations of that law. And so really, this proposal does not have any practical improvement on processes that are already going on. It doesn't really do anything to serve the people of Wyoming because this is something that we, at least Blue Cross, has already committed to doing on our own. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, any questions? Senator Scott?
Yes, Madam Chairwoman, Senator Scott, my name is Kelsey Prestisator. It's a pretty long last name, so I can spell it for you if you need. It's Prestesater.
Thank you. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just to follow up on your statement, if you're committed to this, why is there a reason you would not support a law? Because there are other insurance providers, they may not be based in state, that are, our citizens may be doing business with. Is there some reason that you would not support a law to take care of that issue?
Ms. Prestisator.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Senator Steinmetz, thank you for the question. It is a really good one. I want to be clear, Blue Cross Blue Shield is not opposing this. We just believe that it's unnecessary for the Labor Committee to do at this time. I actually worked with Josh with the Hospital Association to amend the definitions that he proposed specifically to align with the NAIC, the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, model bulletin on the use of artificial intelligence by insurance companies on a national level. That bulletin was adopted in 2023 by NAIC and contains the same definitions that you see before you today in their proposal. So we are committed to working collaboratively and ensuring that any regulation that is passed on the use of AI is a part of a single framework that makes compliance by all insurance companies easy and simple. Thank you.
Okay. Senator Hutchings.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Just a quick question, and I'm not going to ask you to answer for everybody, but I'm assuming they're all there and they're all agreeing. All your insurance companies are going to do the same thing. All right, that's good. Meeting over.
Additional questions, committee? Okay. Representative Clouston.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to maybe Mr. Spencer. Last year, 2 years ago, we passed this prior authorization bill. Became law. It's been modeled throughout the country now. But what we're running into from a practical point is some insurance companies from out of state follow it and some don't. The care is being paid for and being delivered here in Wyoming. Some insurance companies, when we tell them what the Wyoming law is, then they follow the prior authorization, and then sometimes they don't, and it can be from the same company. So I would just like your opinion on how we could handle this in the state of Wyoming. Do you see anything we can do at the state level, or is this something we need to do at a national level?
Ms. Prestisator? Or, okay.
Madam Chair, Bruce.
Can you, state your name,
Bruce
please.
Spencer.
Thank you.
I'll give a brief introduction, and I was going to say a few words, but I don't have to do it now. I can wait until you're done with questions from Ms. Prestisator. But I'm Bruce Spencer. I am an attorney, and I live in Montana. I represent the Mountain Health Co-op that writes insurance here in Wyoming. The Mountain Health Co-op writes insurance on the individual market, the Affordable Care Act market. When the Mountain Health Co-op came into Wyoming, insurance rates in the state dropped 10%. So we believe competition is important and that it works. In my practice, I do insurance regulation. I represent all lines of insurance with the regulator, the Department of Insurance, in the various states that I'm licensed in. Representative Clouston, you and I had a private conversation about just that problem. As a lawyer, I would be reluctant to advise a client that they could ignore a Wyoming law for a Wyoming resident. Okay, I think that Wyoming law would apply. Now, most of your insurance laws do not apply to most health insurance companies that are writing on Wyoming residents. And the reason for that is that that health insurance is provided by employers, and it's subject to a federal law called ERISA. And ERISA has a preemption And ERISA says that federal law governs ERISA plans. And so those companies correctly rely on that ERISA preemption to say, no, when we write insurance nationally, we rely on the national laws set by the Department of Health and Human Services. And so we have a consistent standard nationwide and we don't have to address individual cases. That preemption is being chipped away at little by little. There's cases principally in the pharmacy benefit manager area, one called Rutledge, where the United States Supreme Court said, no, that preemption applies to a plan design. So you can't mandate a benefit as a state to an ERISA plan. You can to my client because that's an individual market, but you can't do it to an ERISA plan. And so what state regulation is applicable and what isn't is pretty complicated in an ERISA case, which is probably the vast majority of people that have health insurance in this state, supplied by their employer, and if they're getting it from a plan that isn't on the individual market. So that is a very complicated question. What can you do? I think you pay attention to ERISA preemption issues when you're crafting legislation, and if indeed that concern arises, treat it with respect, because indeed the federal courts will say, I'm sorry, the state of Wyoming, you can't regulate in this area if indeed it's preempted. But again, as I said, as a lawyer, my client, they follow Wyoming law. Okay, and I tell them to follow Wyoming law for Wyoming residents. We also write insurance in Montana and Idaho. And for those residents, you follow Montana law and Idaho law respectively. So that's an important issue. It is incredibly complicated, but I do think it's really important for the committee to understand that when you pass a regulation like this that only applies to insurers that are subject to Wyoming law, you're not regulating the majority of insurance in this state because of ERISA. Okay, so you do need to understand that. And that's one of the things that I've said consistently. If you put onerous regulations on insurance that writes in the individual market, you're creating a disadvantage for us compared to ERISA insurers in the state. So you just want to be mindful of that in your public policy considerations and discussions. I can go on and give some words on this bill if the committee wishes, but if there's other questions for Ms. Pressinger, I'm not destroying her name, I'm very sorry. Just met her today, I apologize.
Mr. Spencer, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Spencer?
May I make a few comments on the bill,
Sure.
Madam Chair?
Sure.
So I've, as a lawyer, I think your existing statute on who makes an adverse decision, and that's a denial of coverage of a procedure, who makes an adverse decision is incredibly clear. Right? In 2655-104 sub A, it says, each health insurer shall ensure that all adverse determinations are made by a physician or appropriate healthcare provider. That is very clear. It doesn't have any wiggle room. All adverse determinations must be made by a physician or appropriate healthcare provider. When you add the suggested language as a sub B to that, you muddy the waters. Because now you're saying in sub B, oh, but wait a minute, artificial intelligence may be involved. And I should clarify, Mountain Health Co-op does not use artificial intelligence to deny prior authorization. It just doesn't use it, or to deny claims, or in the claims processing. But when you insert that into a statute, as a lawyer, you now have created, I look at it and say, you've created ambiguity. That statute I just read that was crystal clear, all denials must be made by a physician or appropriate healthcare provider, now becomes muddied, because now you're talking about artificial intelligence down below. So as a lawyer, I'm looking at that going, so can I use artificial intelligence? I guess I can use artificial intelligence. Okay, because that clear language that already exists in Wyoming law doesn't exist. Now, you've seen in the memo 2 examples of allegations in different states and in different court hearings. Those court hearings are not in a proceeding, not at the point of the proceedings where facts have actually been determined. Okay, they're at the point of proceedings where the court said, yes, you can go ahead based on the facts pled in your complaint, which we presume to be true. There's been no chance for rebuttal of those facts. So we don't really know if those facts are correct. It's an allegation in a complaint. And I will tell you, it's a very low standard to move forward with a case in court. It's, you presume all the facts are true, and do they state a legal claim? And that's it. And you presume all the facts are true, but they get to be proven otherwise later in the court proceeding. So I think the two cases that are referenced in the materials are at that stage. There hasn't been a determination of fact by a court or a jury in those cases. So I would caution against saying that that's occurring, especially in Wyoming. Okay, my client reads the statute as it exists to absolutely prohibit the use of AI in prior authorization denials. Okay, it can't be done, and they don't do it. I think your language is really clear. I think there is a danger if you adopt the subsection, that you muddy the waters where they aren't muddied at all. Your statute's very clear. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any questions, committee, for Mr. Spencer? Okay, seeing none, thank you, sir, for your testimony. Good morning. Please state your name.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mike Mosier, Cigna. First of all, just point out a couple things. Most of you know us through the EGI. We have other plans across the state. As Blue Cross mentioned, we are also a member of the coalition that's working with HHS to revise, refine, and improve the prior authorization process. We don't do this, and Senator Hutchings, you'd look for a nod of the head. The reason we don't do this is because it's already addressed in statute. We work together. Some of you remember House Bill 14, the prior auth bill, which we had a working group, which was a bit tumultuous at times because you had our good friends at Hospital and Medical Society, all of us health insurance companies. There was a time there that I thought that if Dante was witnessing this, he would have created a 10th circle because it was not a pleasant experience at times. We were at each, but when you get good people that are friends, that work together for a common cause and want to find a solution, and it was last minute, but we got a really good bill with the prior authorization bill. As part of the prior authorization bill in 2024, we included 2655-104 to address this same issue. When I went to my client and asked him about this, they said, why? You already can't do it. It's already in your statute. And to not get into as much great detail as Mr. Spencer did, it's already addressed in statute in a pretty direct fashion by saying that a physician has to be involved. And has to make that determination. Whether you get into AI, I sometimes worry about the term AI because it sounds more mysterious than it is. I mean, we certainly don't want to inhibit the use in, for example, prior authorization approvals. But denials, yes, it's already required that a physician makes that final determination. We already have it in statute, and we supported Cigna and all the insurance companies up here. We all supported that in that bill. Because we don't want to do it either. And so whether we add something or not, would I fall on my sword if this gets added to? No, but I don't really know why we would, because it pretty directly states what needs to be done. There has to be a live, living physician at that determination. So I thank the committee for their time. I don't know of anybody in the insurance space, to my knowledge, that's using AI for denials just because it is so directly addressed in statute. And with that, I will be glad to take any questions.
Committee, any questions of Mr. Moser? Representative Heft.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Just a quick question. What if the doctor uses AI to make his determination?
Mr. Moser.
Madam Chairman, Representative Heft, I think there's another person in the room could answer that question better than I am in health insurance, so that'd be a doctor thing. So I'm dodging the question, sir.
Any additional questions, committee? Okay, seeing none, ma'am, good morning. If you'd introduce yourself and.
Good morning. My name is Denise Burke, members of the committee. I've been before you many times before. I wish I had something new and creative to add to what's already been said. I think what we try to convey is when we have these kinds of issues coming forth in Wyoming, we worked very hard on our prior authorization bill and it moved forward. We're not taking a stance to say, oh my gosh, we're taking a dead stance against this. We're just saying, ooh, wait a minute, let's talk about this in terms of statutory construction. Let's make sure that our Wyoming statutes remain very clear and that we're not muddying the water. My client, I'm here today on behalf of CVS Caremark Aetna, also does not use AI, and I'm going to talk about that term in just a second, for denials. We think that the statute as written is very clear. Now, in terms of that term, AI, that may be the term for today, but we really are talking about advanced technologies. Is that term going to become something else as these technologies advance? And if that's true, then we would be forced to go back and update our statutes again in 2 years, 3 years, whenever the newest technology comes along. I think the statute as written is very clear that there has to be that human involvement based on a denial. I didn't anticipate that we would necessarily go before the department, but I did bring copies for you today of the press release that came out yesterday from the Secretary of Health and Human Services talking about the insurance companies who have signed on to, again, say, we're not using what is being labeled today as artificial intelligence. And I think the Department of Insurance, I handed them the stack because I thought they were going to go first. But I would encourage you to look at that to see what's happening on a national level. And we are really in one of those circumstances where Wyoming is ahead of the curve because we already have our law that is addressing how these prior authorizations are to occur. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Committee, any questions for Ms. Burke? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Ma'am, please state your name and we'll hear your testimony.
Good morning. I'm Patty Guzman. I work with Delta Dental of Wyoming, and Delta Dental is the only domestic dental insurance carrier here in the state of Wyoming. A lot of times, folks don't always realize that the pre-auth bill and a lot of the other bills actually affect dental insurance as well as health insurance. And so I won't go into a long, lengthy statement. I just want to let you know that Delta Dental also does not use AI at all in any of our, whether it's claims determination or in our prior authorizations. And prior to the bill that was passed, we've never used that. We have a licensed dental consultant. We have numerous ones that are from Wyoming that anytime a dental insurance claim needs to be denied, our staff cannot deny it. It has to go to a licensed dentist to be able to do that. So we have no intention, just like the other carriers, to use AI either. So I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing
Madam
none,
Chairman?
thank you. Thank you all for,
Madam Chairman?
oh, Representative Yen.
Just a question for all of the insurers. Do you guys use third-party entities to do these adverse determinations, or are they all done in-house?
Madam
Would
Madam
anybody
Chairman?
like to answer that?
Madam Chairman, Representative Yen, for Delta of Wyoming, we have we have licensed dentists that are consultants with us. So they aren't on our staff, so we don't pay them as an employee, but they are consultants for us.
It would be a combination, depends upon a denial, a request for reevaluation. It could be amped up. It follows the regulations and rules within the Department of Insurance.
Madam Chairman, Representative Ian, to my understanding, we use a subsidiary, so not a direct third party outside the company.
Madam Chair, Representative, the Mountain Health Co-op does use a contracted entity, but they are required to follow Wyoming law.
Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee, Blue Cross Blue Shield Wyoming does have in-house licensed physicians and providers who do make the adverse determinations. And in instances where those appeals are elevated to something like, say, the independent review process, that is outsourced to an independent review organization, sometimes called an IRO. And that process is set by statute. And we use the same vendors that the Department of Insurance utilizes as well.
Thank you. Committee,
Madam
any
Chairman,
additional questions?
With your permission, we have the HHS handout about the that we were referring to.
Okay, if you can give that to LSO, they
And we'll
can
get
hand
that
that
out to
out.
y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon. We've got one question from,
So we got one question.
Senator.
There's at least two attorneys on the panel, maybe more. The federal government, thank you, Madam Chairman, the federal government is talking about some AI preemption language. You talked about that with ERISA plans. Do we know where that stands? Because it certainly would seem to be impactful on this potential change if it were passed by Congress. Thank you.
Mr. Spencer or?
She's the smart
Oh. Blue Cross Blue Shield. Anybody want to take a stab at that?
Sure, Chairwoman, members of the committee, I can attempt to answer that. So Senator Barlow, Chair Barlow, you are correct. There was a proposal for a 10-year moratorium on all artificial intelligence regulation at the state and local level. Where that currently stands after the Senate Finance Committee released their most recent update on the reconciliation process is that the AI moratorium has now been restricted to only apply to organizations that are seeking federal funding. So that's where it currently stands. However, called the bird bath process in the Senate is a process that attempts to remove any items from the reconciliation process that do not directly impact expenditures or revenue. And so what that means is that any attempted insertions of policy-only provisions into that reconciliation process can get removed. It's widely anticipated across industry and with members of Congress themselves that the moratorium will likely get completely eliminated by the time that reconciliation is done.
Okay, thank you all for joining us. We will continue. I hadn't officially opened it up to public comment, but we will continue to bring any departments or if there's any departments or other agencies that would like to come forward. Hello again, if you'd state your name and we'll hear your testimony on it.
Madam Chair, Tana Howard, Deputy Insurance Commissioner. We weren't really sure we were going to talk about this, but just a few points for the committee. AI and insurance is an ongoing topic that not only our department is watching and monitoring, but also nationally, every insurance department in the country is watching. The NEIC, the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, has a set committee designated to AI and insurance and has for the last 2 years. In that committee, really what they're trying to diagnose is exactly what we're talking about today, is how insurers are using AI. Are they using it appropriately? Is it to the benefit of the consumer and the policyholder? And is it, honest? And just like anything of all of our technology, some of it's good, some of it's bad, right? And that's really what the NEIC is trying to diagnose. They've actually held some closed-door confidential top secret meetings with some of these insurers to open up the books and see how are you using AI, and really grilling them on so we can, as regulators, set a policy and a uniformity kind of that we spoke about before. This is really, and it's still these infancy stages. We're still trying to diagnose and understand AI and insurance, and technology, just like any other field, is growing fastly, or it's growing way fast, and that's just something that we're monitoring. So as Blue Cross Blue Shield mentioned, the NEIC did put out issue a specific bulletin, and the bulletin really addresses how insurers will monitor, or how insurance departments and will work with insurers on AI in insurance, and to try to create uniform laws and to make sure it's being held to a high standard. Wyoming is currently working on that bulletin, to draft that, to also say, hey, we're a part of this and we want to hold these insurers accountable for these type of things and look into it. There hasn't been a uniform law or anything like that, or a solution. It's still trying to diagnose it. What I will say in terms of prior authorization, I agree. We agree with the insurers that the current statute should alleviate the issue of whether or not, of who is performing an adverse determination. I am not an attorney, but I do know that the last time I checked, a computer is not a doctor. But hey, that's just me. So, we would say that if a computer or AI, is making that termination, that as it stands today, that would be a violation of the insurance code. And we could fine that insurer, or we could, at most, revoke their certificate of authority because of that violation as it stands today. But to date, we have not, as a department, received any complaints related to this. I just felt like that was probably my main point, and I rambled on. So that's something that we're watching. The articles that have been provided, and I know it has been an issue on the national level, have really been related to Medicare Advantage, which has been a pain point, for Wyoming and other insurers or other states. That's not regulated by our department. That is definitely a federal CMS. It holds that regulatory authority, and that's really where we're seeing it. But that's also why states are really talking about this and why CMS issued that memo. But we'll stand for any questions. I hope that
Thank you.
helped.
Any questions of Ms. Howard? We got a couple. Senator Scott.
Madam Chairman, my question, when you look at what AI does, my understanding is that it will go look at large data sets to see what the data is telling us about particular issues. And so theoretically, it could be a tool to okay, this is the real world when it comes to the outcomes of some of these procedures. It may be something that could be useful in deciding whether or not to grant a prior approval or not. But like any tool, it could be abused. So with the current state of the law, could a healthcare provider that was authorized to do one of these use that as a tool and then use professional judgment as to whether or not the data that was being looked at was biased and the results that the AI was producing made good medical sense or not? Is that a possibility under the current state of the law?
Ms. Howard.
Madam Chair, Senator Scott, absolutely. AI in insurance is not just subject to health insurance and not just subject, right, to prior authorizations. AI in insurance is already happening. It's being applied to every type of insurance, whether it's your app on your phone when you get in a fender bender with your auto policy, and that claims processing has a lot of AI policies already being applied in technology. Yes, absolutely, you're correct. AI can be a benefit and it can be, right, a problem as well. AI and insurer could use AI in a situation of prior authorization or any type of claims adjustment or whatnot, but when the final determination, when that adverse determination is really be determined, it has to be a licensed physician per the law. The AI, they could make suggestions and they could, a lot of it is based on the meetings at the NAIC. The AI technology will search for keywords or, within medical records or things like that. And they may be, if they find them or maybe they don't find them, it's programmed a certain way to sort that prior authorization or that claim off into another, bucket to where a physician or a healthcare provider needs to review that claim. And per Wyoming law, right, in order to, whoever needs to be making that adverse determination, it can't be AI. They can help the tool, right? So maybe a doctor doesn't have to review thousands of them, right? The AI is approving and finding some of these of 1,000, but the actual denial, adverse determination has to be a licensed physician.
Additional questions, committee? Representative Yin.
Madam Chairman, thank you. Deputy, so I guess, my concern is I actually think AI is a great tool. I think it's very useful, but what I don't want to see, and I think the most meaningful word in the proposed solution is the word meaningfully reviewed by a physician. So what I don't want to see is insurers have a page for the reviewing physician that just says the ChatGPT has made this recommendation approve, deny, and then that's all that happens. Do you think that would be legal under our current law?
Ms. Howard.
Madam Chair, Representative Yin, I am not an attorney, but I do not think, no, that would be, if ChatGPT is signing off on that, no, and not the, oh, sorry.
Madam Chairman, if I may clarify a little bit.
Clarification,
Yeah,
Representative Yin.
My apologies. So what my example is that the ChatGPT would make a recommendation to the physician, and then the physician doesn't do anything other than just either accept the doesn't do anything except accept the recommendation. Would that be legal?
Ms. Howard.
Madam Chair, Representative Yin, that's a tough one. I would really, as an insurance regulator, I guess I would really have to dig deeper on what that policy is. What is the physician actually reviewing? If they're not, and they're just taking the recommendation and it's a rubber stamp, process to where they're denying, then I would have issues with that. And as the law is written, I guess I'd really need, or for the proposed language, I guess I'd really need some clarification on meaningfully reviewed to clarify that, because as it stands now, an adverse determination, it's pretty black and white, right? It's an approval or a denial. So if that insurer or if that physician is, yes, utilizing AI and getting a recommendation, or, I mean, maybe it's not a recommendation, it's just a collection of data points that prove the approval, or because AI can absolutely, play to the consumer's benefits for the approval of a prior auth as opposed to a denial as well. And AI is being used to gather, those points for the approval or the denial, and the physician is making that determination. I think that's probably, it's 2025, that's probably appropriate, as long as they're making, they are actually reviewing the information and it's not a rubber stamp process. But I think that's part of what us as regulators are trying to figure out and trying to regulate, how do we regulate it? And that's a big question, and I wish I could answer it, but if I could, I probably wouldn't be sitting on this committee. I could do other things, but that's not something we have diagnosed as insurance regulators, but that's the big question.
Senator Scott.
Madam Chairman, can we hear from the gentleman from Montana on this particular issue?
Committee, are there any other questions for the department? Senator Steinmetz, and then we'll bring him up.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So we're hearing a lot about the physicians, but in 2655-104, it says that all adverse determinations are made by a physician or other appropriate licensed healthcare provider who has. And then there's a list of criteria. So who would, just for my edification, being new to this committee and all, who would be another appropriate licensed healthcare provider? But we've talked a lot about physicians, but it's not just limited to physicians.
Ms. Howard.
Madam Chair, Senator Steinmetz. Yes, that's correct. It can be other licensed healthcare physician or healthcare providers. Those could be nurses. The reason I think we all say physicians typically is it is, and the insurers and industry can, say this better than I can, they're being on that side, is typically those adverse determinations may be reviewed initially by a nurse, a licensed nurse, but they are double-checked by a medical director who is a licensed physician on behalf of that health insurance company. So, but yes, you are correct that a license, such as a nurse, it's typically nurses or, physicians could be. Depending on the type of claim or the type of prior authorization, it may need a specialized physician as well. And that's part of what the law also says, is they have to be knowledgeable in that type of care.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Co-Chairman Williams. I wanted to respond to Representative Clouston's question earlier, just as a follow-up with regard to the prior authorizations and the review for complaints. We have received in our office 5 complaints, and by complaints, that does mean 5 individual filings, but it could be multiple claims underneath that complaint. So it could be 100 different claims. I did want to point out of those 5, 4 of those complaints were on Medicare plans. And those are plans that we are not able to regulate. I do have 1 complaint currently that is on a plan that is CIDA status state. So that'll be an issue that we will sit and try and work out and hopefully get the state still, or the insurer to pay on that. And then 1 other was out of another state, their workers' comp plan. So the complaints that we have received have been primarily those plans that we do not have a direct enforcement or regulatory authority over.
Thank you. All right, thank you for joining us. Committee, we are running behind for our next topic, just to let you know, behind schedule. We're going to go ahead and open it up for public comment on this topic. Again, artificial intelligence use and prior authorizations. Mr. Spencer, this would be the time that you can come back up. And anybody else that'd like to testify on this topic.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Bruce Spencer with the Mountain Health Co-op. As an attorney, and I am licensed in Wyoming, I think I'll try and answer your question, Representative Yin. I think Ms. Howard from the department was absolutely correct to be incredibly skeptical that if a provider simply rubber stamped a recommendation by an AI program, that constitutes compliance with the statute. So if you look at your statutory language, it says that all adverse determinations, and these are the key words, are made by a physician or provider. Well, if you're simply I would have a hard time arguing as a lawyer that if you're simply rubber stamping an AI decisions, that you have made an adverse determination as a physician. You haven't done anything, you've rubber stamped an AI decision. And so I don't believe that if you're just doing that complies with Wyoming law. I think that would be a violation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. Any questions? Okay, thank you. All right, additional public comment. Anybody online, Mr. Caldwell, for this topic? Thank you. All right, we'll close public comment and we will move on to our next topic, which is naturopathic licensure. Our presenter on this is Dr. Marks with the Wyoming Naturopathic Association. So we'll bring her up and then we'll listen to stakeholders on this topic and then open it up for public comment. Dr. Marks, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's wonderful to see everybody again on this beautiful Wyoming day. My name is Dr. Thea Marks. I'm a 5th-generation Wyoming ranch girl, born and raised in Kinnear. I lived in Wyoming for 48 years until I left to go to medical school 7 years ago. And I'm still a resident. I refuse to give that up. My roots run deep. My family has been on the Red Fork Ranch in Johnson County for 137 years. I know Wyoming. I love this place. I'm also a licensed naturopathic physician in Connecticut, and I specialize in difficult and hard-to-treat cases. But I'm still very much tied to Wyoming and the medical care here. Before I left for med school, I took care of my grandmother for 12 years in Cody, and now I help care for my mother, who is 86, and my uncle, who is 85, both still living in Kinnear and dealing with Alzheimer's. Since the clinic in Pavilion closed, our closest medical care is now in Lander or Riverton, almost an hour away, one way, if I can get them in. This is the kind of gap I'm talking about. It's not theoretical. It's deeply personal to the families of Wyoming. That is why I'm here today, to ask you to consider sponsoring a bill for naturopathic physician licensing. This legislation would allow doctors like me, who are trained in accredited 4-year in-residence medical schools, to serve legally and fully under the Wyoming Board of Medicine within a clearly defined scope of practice. Wyoming is facing a shortage of providers, particularly in rural care, maternal health, and mental health. Naturopathic physicians are trained to support these areas directly, whether it's addressing perinatal nutrition and hormone balance, helping manage chronic stress or anxiety without over-reliance on pharmaceuticals, or filling gaps in underserved communities with safe, effective preventative care. Today, you will hear from a panel of professionals who will speak on some of the specifics, how licensing NDs can expand access in these rural areas, how we can support maternal and perinatal care, especially where OB services have been lost, and how naturopathic medicine offers safe, evidence-based support for mental health, especially when integrated into primary care teams. Wyoming is not alone in facing these challenges. We are one of the very few states in the West that still does not license naturopathic physicians. Nearly every surrounding state does. Montana, North Dakota, Utah, Colorado, Idaho, Arizona, and New Mexico all license naturopathic physicians. This is our chance to catch up, not to grow government or restrict natural health, but to increase the access, safety, and choice for the people who need it most. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Please consider sponsoring a licensure bill. We've been working on language for your consideration. It can make a meaningful difference for the families like mine and for communities across the state. Thank you. I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Marks. Committee, any questions? Dr. Marks. Senator Scott.
Madam Chair, handout therapeutics may include clinical nutrition, botanical medicine, homeopathic medicine, physical medicine. What do you mean by botanical medicine and homeopathic medicine?
Madam Chair.
Dr. Marks.
Madam Chairman, Senator Scott, botanical medicine is a discipline where plant extracts are used as medicine. This has been done for thousands of years. There is a lot of scientific evidence that now supports the use of medicines. A very large percentage of pharmaceuticals are actually derived from plants. And so this medicine uses the whole compounds from these plants to treat. For example, for anxiety, you could use a Chinese herb that is called Schisandra that is very helpful in mitigating anxiety in patients. Homeopathic medicine is another very specific discipline in naturopathic medicine, and it uses minute doses of plant and animal extracts to induce the body into a healing state, much like that, the same aspect as a vaccine. So you induce the body to healing by giving it a compound that it reacts to a small degree to, and then builds either a resistance to or a healing process to in the body.
Committee, any additional questions? Representative Wasserberger.
Who are the colleges that do the accreditation for this naturopathy that you're speaking of?
Dr. Marks.
Madam Chairman, Representative Wasserberger, there are 8 in North America. We have 2 in Canada, the Canadian College of Naturopathic Medicine, the National University of Health Sciences in Chicago. We have this school, and I honestly can't pronounce the name, in Puerto Rico. Bastyr University has 2 campuses in Seattle, Washington, and San Diego. And we have Portland School, the National University of Natural Medicine, and then Sonoran University in Mesa, Arizona.
Follow-up, Representative Wasserberger.
Do you know what the average student debt is for people that graduate from those universities?
Dr. Marks.
Madam Chairman, absolutely, because I'm facing that. It truly is about $250,000. It is comparable to medical school.
Another question, Representative Wasserberger.
Okay, so if I understood correctly, you said you have a practicing in Connecticut. What is the average cost for if I decide I want to come in because I've got, I don't know, stomach digestive issues? What's going to be the cost for me to come in and get digestive work done? What's going to be the average cost per visit?
Dr. Marks.
Madam Chairman, that is really relative to whether or not you have an insurance-based or a private pay practice. In Connecticut, nearly all insurance plans cover naturopathic care, and so your copay would apply anywhere from nothing to maybe $25. Medicaid also covers naturopathic care in Connecticut, and so then it is 100% paid. If you were to walk into my office in Connecticut as a new patient, the initial visit would be $300. If I were in Wyoming, it obviously would not be that much. My rent is probably triple what it is in Wyoming. When I practiced in New York, it was $600 an hour, and that is just, that is how the economies work there. But to give you an idea, if you are an insurance-based practice and you go to one of those providers, it's virtually the same as going to conventional care.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Representative Gugemas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we have the naturopaths under the Wyoming Board of Medicine, I guess my concern is, because I believe in the natural approach from personal experience with our family, okay? I guess my concern would be, is there stopgaps to keep the Board of Medicine from keeping the naturopaths from practicing their craft because it's more effective, let's say? Because that's what we have discovered is the natural way to go is the better way to go and much more effective. We've proven medical doctors wrong, okay? So is there stopgap measures so that they are not stopped from practicing?
Dr. Marks.
Madam Chairman, Representative Guggenmas, an excellent question. In the language that we have put forth to consider, what we are asking at this point is to consider an advisory board made up of naturopathic physicians. And so like physicians would be advising the medical board as to the practices, because you're exactly right, they are different on occasion. We approach medicine differently. Our therapeutic order is different in that regard, is we bring the less invasive practices forward first before graduating to pharmacy and surgery. And then when we are to that point, then we refer. And so to your point, we hope that we would be judged by our peers and not by another part of the profession that has not been educated as to the points that Senator Scott brought up about botanical medicine and nutrition, because we are the experts in that.
Senator Hutchings.
Madam Chair. Ma'am, question here, a couple of them. Do Wyoming insurance companies cover the naturopathic physicians at all? I mean, you're not here yet, but is that something that you'd have to work on, the insurance companies here? Question number one.
Dr. Marks.
Madam Chairman, Senator Hutchings, that's an excellent question. I have to say immediately, I don't know. I believe that we would have to establish that in Wyoming, though Wyoming does have companies like Cigna, Aetna, that already cover naturopathic care in other states. I can't imagine that it would be hard to bring that coverage here to Wyoming.
Great.
Follow-up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Marks, when you think about plant-based care, I'm all for homeopathy. In fact, I'm on it right now. I use it all the time. I think it's great. Use it on my husband, use it on my dog. It's just great stuff.
It works well.
Yeah, it's awesome. Marijuana, will that be something you guys will want to introduce into Wyoming as part of the care?
Dr. Marks.
Madam Chairman, Senator Hutchings, excellent question. Though it is something that we are trained to use medicinally in very specific care plans, I honestly can say that it's not something that we have looked at as an association to bring forward. in Wyoming.
Thank you. And one other question,
Senator
Madam
Hutchings, follow
Chair.
up.
Thank you. The platelet-rich plasma process, is that naturopathic or not?
Dr. Marks.
Madam Chairman, Senator Hutchings, yes, it is. We are all trained in PRP therapy. There are a number of different specialties beneath the PRP, including orthopedic injection therapies, the aesthetic injection therapies for the face. There's a lot of different therapies which require additional training. And so naturopathic physicians have the ability to go on and receive those additional certifications and training.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Any additional questions, committee? Representative Wasserberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I already see a naturopath in Cheyenne. Why are you not able to come here and be a naturopath right now?
Dr. Marks.
Madam Chairman, Representative Wasserberger, thank you for the question. I could certainly come to Wyoming and be a naturopath. However, I could not practice to the level of my scope and training. I could not order the labs or the diagnostic imaging that is very relevant to my training and necessary to treat my patients in the way that I could. Potentially, I could not also prescribe any medication or do any of the minor office procedures that I'm also trained in doing if I were to come here. It would severely limit my ability to treat the patients in the way that I am educated and trained.
Follow-up, Representative Wasserberger.
So currently, the naturopaths here don't use insurance, and I'm just wondering, when I go, the first visit was free, the second one was $40 a month. If we bring insurance involved and then we have surgeries involved, how am I supposed to believe that my visit isn't going to go from $40 to $300, $500 a month if we were to do this?
Dr. Marks.
Madam Chairman, Representative Wasserberger, I believe that there is a very distinctive divide between the care and training between the naturopath that you are seeing in Cheyenne and the kind of education and training that I've had. There is absolutely no reason that that care that you've been receiving should increase in cost. That would be absolutely their choice. Should they do that within their field? If I were to come to Wyoming, I recognize that this is a state of very different cost of living and economic status than where I practice on the East Coast. My care would not be nearly as expensive as it is there.
Representative Thayer.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Marks, for coming. Just for clarification, for your asking for this draft bill, you're asking for naturopathic doctors, NDs, licensures under the Wyoming Board of Medicine, correct? There are also, as you stated in your work or submission, that there are other natural therapies and I guess traditional naturopath practitioners, but you're specifically asking for NDs under the Wyoming Board of Medicine.
Dr. Marks.
Madam Chairman, Representative Thayer, yes, specifically asking for the licensure under the Wyoming Board of Medicine.
Representative Clouston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Marks. So I guess my question is similar. The title protection issue that was brought up previously in session. Can you just review that for us, where we would be between naturopaths and naturopathic physicians?
Dr. Marks.
Madam Chairman, Representative Clouston. So the title protection, naturopathic physicians, naturopathic doctors, very definitive. If you are a doctor, you have received a medical degree and you have gone through the training and the board examinations and have the ability to sit for licensure. This is a precedent that has been set in every state for the right to have that title protection. The difference is naturopaths, is it a title protection of a naturopath versus a naturopathic doctor, naturopathic physician? I think that will come out in the work on the licensure, whether it's through an advisory committee, a working committee. But that is, we are asking for that title protection to protect us as physicians and NDs, naturopathic doctors.
Representative Gugamas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kind of connected with my previous question. The naturopathic doctor that we go to in Riverton, he had an issue where he had a hyperbaric chamber that he was utilizing for his patients. And then I believe it was a doctor had some pull somewhere and was able to force him to remove and get rid of that chamber so he could no longer use it. And he was having really good success with his patients. That doctor that forced that had his own that he was utilizing. Now, the naturopathic doctor in Riverton was charging $100 per session for an hour to use that chamber. And the MD, the medical doctor, was charging $2,500 per session. Now, as it turned out, that doctor has left. And so now there is no chambers available and he can't get one. Would this help in those kind of situations to be under a medical board? Would that address that issue? If that's in question, would it be better? Second question would be, would it be better to just have their own board? Now, I've talked with my naturopathic doctor, and that's what he would prefer to see, is the naturopaths have their own board, and then they would just pay to fund that board so it doesn't cost the state any money. What are your thoughts?
Dr. Marks.
Madam Chairman, Representative Guggenmas, another excellent question. Thank you. So when physicians are looking at bringing in additional therapies and like the hyperbaric chamber, for example, there are certifications and specific licensing relative to what the state puts forth. Now, if that physician meets those licensing or certification requirements in that individual state, then there is no issue. So it's really up to that individual provider to ensure that they have the correct licensure and certifications to operate in this state. Though I don't know the case, I suspect it may have been that Wyoming's law may be that there has to be specific licensure to operate a hyperbaric chamber in the state. I don't know this, but that would be a way, and that there was leverage to insist that chamber be removed. Now, is there protections under the Wyoming Medical Board in that instance? Absolutely, because with a licensure, then, for instance, we would have the ability to have that chamber, and we would not be forced to give that up because we would have the appropriate medical licensure under the Wyoming Medical Board. The second part of your question about holding an individual or a standalone board for naturopathic medicine, this creates an enormous amount of expense for the members of the Wyoming Association of Naturopathic Medicine and anyone wishing to become a part of this board. As you all know, it does cost money to establish these boards. And at this point, it's a lot of money, thousands of dollars for each individual member to be able to put this board forth.
Thank you, Dr. Marks. Senator Crum.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My my question is, I've got two or three here, but the first one would be, I'm just trying to think through this. We hear about Nature Path and go and charge $40. And then we heard testimony yesterday about nursing at an LPN, and it makes me wonder if we're trying to get things confused. You know, there's different type of nurses out there. There's a CNA, then there's like LPNs, and then there's RNs, and there's nurse practitioners, and we all call them nurses. And I'm wondering here if we're getting somewhat confused by a Nature Path. You know, there you go, my understanding and looking through stuff, you can be a Nature Path if you take a course online and you do a few hours, and then you get a certificate, you may be a you get one form of Nature Path. And then maybe you go for a weekend or for a few weeks and you can become another Nature Path. But what we're talking about here is a Nature Path that is an ND, a doctor who's gone, testimonies 4 years of school, probably taken courses that are very similar to a MD or a DO, which are different types of doctors. Am I on track here that we're getting confused on using Nature Path as a kind of a generic term when, like we do with nurses, but there's certainly different levels of this, and what we're talking about is more of the higher level ND is what we're talking about here.
Dr. Marks.
Madam Chairman, Senator Crum, an excellent question, and you're absolutely right. It's naturopath is a generic term that seems to be applied across the board to multiple groups. However, we are defined from that just like MDs and DOs and NDs. We are all physicians and of that higher education level.
Thank you. Follow up.
Follow up, Senator Crum.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And then my last question is, we already license different types of physicians in the state, and I think you just mentioned it. We got DOs and MDs and maybe some others. So this would just be another third or so license for physicians with the ND initials behind it. Is that correct, what you're asking for?
Dr. Marks.
Madam Chairman, Senator Crum, yes, it is.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Marks, for joining us. We'll hear from the stakeholders now.
Thank you.
Those that want to come up. Good afternoon. If you'd state your name and who you're with, we'll hear your testimony on the proposed legislation.
And members of the committee. Sorry, can you hear me okay? All right, great. So anyway, my name is Dr. Sean Palmer. I'm with WYMP. I'm also a naturopathic doctor in Laramie, Wyoming. Just a quick first point for your previous question on marijuana to Senator Hutchinson. Probably the other point, though, is our profession would certainly always act within the law. So anything that would occur around the use of marijuana would have to be first legalized by the state, and any activity there would end up being within whatever the law states. And so with that, I wanted to bring to your attention that in Wyoming, the top two causes of death are cardiovascular disease, cancer, accounting for 19 and 18% of all deaths respectively. These are tragic losses for loved ones, a significant financial burden to the citizens of Wyoming. Cancer care alone, according to the American Association of Cancer Researchers, averages over $100,000 per person in the last year of life. Although Wyoming is better than many states, diabetes still affects 10.8% of our population, with another 33.6% of Wyomingites on the cusp of getting this disease. And on average, diabetes treatment costs between $16,000 and $19,000 per person per year, with 2022 estimates of over $400 million annually in diabetes healthcare costs alone in Wyoming. Here's the critical point. For many of our residents, these diseases and many more are preventable. And when they're prevented, lives are saved and costs are dramatically reduced. Naturopathic doctors are specifically trained in prevention, nutrition, lower cost nutritional natural treatments, and lifestyle medicine, areas conventional medicine often cannot focus on due to time, system constraints, and lack of training. Licensing naturopathic doctors would expand access to this kind of care safely and effectively. Consider this, medical debt now contributes to nearly 2/3 of all bankruptcies in the United States. By focusing on prevention, naturopathic medicine offers a way to ease both personal and economic burdens of chronic illness to the state of Wyoming, or people of Wyoming, while addressing healthcare gaps in mental health, maternal care, primary care shortages, and taking the pressure off Wyoming's healthcare systems. Wyoming needs every tool available to improve health outcomes, lower costs, and licensing naturopathic doctors is one practical, cost-effective, and patient-centered step towards that goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Palmer, any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Good afternoon. Please state your name, and if you can speak into the mic, that way we can all hear you. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chairman. Thank you, and thank you, committee members. My name is Dr. Carol Iverson. I'm urging you to support licensure of naturopathic doctors here in Wyoming. I'm a naturopathic doctor in Rock Springs, Wyoming, and I'm also a member of the Wyoming Association of Naturopathic Physicians. I hold a license in Arizona because Wyoming doesn't offer the option. My primary interest in licensure is to gain access to a wide array of resources that licensure provides that would facilitate assisting my clients in their respective health journeys. These resources include, but are not limited to, being able to order specialized tests and imaging, being able to provide therapeutic injections and IVs, access to peer information boards, and where needed and safer, providing medication prescriptions. My Arizona license gives me some flexibility and resource access, but I have found that many of the specialty labs and services will not work with you unless you're licensed in the state in which you practice. Moreover, without an in-state license, injection therapies and medication prescriptions are not an option. Also, I ask you to consider the fact that there are members in our community who for various reasons refuse to see our conventionally trained medical professionals, but who seek qualified alternative medical options. And they're currently traveling out of state for these services. For example, a woman from Green River approached me telling me she travels to Park City, Utah to see a naturopathic doctor there. She's tired of making the trip, and she asked if I could help her manage her thyroid medication. I had to turn her down. Had we been in Arizona, I could have helped her out. And finally, I'd like to mention that 2 of my fellow students in Wyoming with Wyoming ties chose to practice in other states because Wyoming did not offer licensure. And Governor Gordon, during his State of the State address, commented on how Wyoming has a shortage of doctors. So I do not think we should be driving Wyoming naturopathic doctors away simply because we don't license the profession. And I thank you all for your consideration on this bill and urge you to vote in favor of it. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Iverson. Any questions from the committee? Vice Chair Ottman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a question, we're talking about the bill, but I don't have the bill here. And so what bill are we talking about?
The bill to license naturopathic doctors in Wyoming.
Okay, is it written up by, oh, I didn't see it. I'll find it in my pile. Thank you.
Any other?
Any additional questions for Dr. Iverson? Representative Wasserberger.
So my naturopath actually works with pharmacists, like for things that he's not able to prescribe. So how would that limit somebody from being able to have access to those types of cares here in Wyoming?
This, Madam
Dr.
Chair-
Iverson.
Madam Chairman, Senator, or Representative Wassenberger, my understanding is that writing prescriptions is practicing medicine, and we don't have a license, so we can't practice medicine without a license. That's my understanding.
Follow up, Representative Wasserberger.
So in federal law, there was a bill passed in 1994 that defined what naturopathic physicians was, which had nothing to do with medications or scalpels. So I'm just wondering, how did this get started where we're adding these into naturopathy. I just am finding it really confusing.
Dr. Iverson?
Madam Chairman, Representative Wassenberger, we generally don't use prescription medicine. That's one of our last resorts. There are a few cases where it is prudent to do that. I'll give you an example. A urinary tract infection, yes, you can treat it with herbs. Herbs work slowly, and the risk of doing it, you just using herbs exclusively and not using an antibiotic is that the infection can travel upstream to the kidneys and create a kidney infection. Kidney infections can be life-threatening. So it behooves us, as we're trained to use antibiotics, if we can do so legally. Now, some clients will not touch, they just have a mental thing, they're not going to do it, so we can offer the herbs, but it's safer to use antibiotics in that particular instance.
Any additional questions, committee? Seeing none, Dr. Iverson, thanks for joining us.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman.
Right, we will open it up for public comment. Is there anybody that would like to come forward to comment on naturopathic licensure? Good afternoon, welcome.
Afternoon. My name is Alicia Bynum, and I am a licensed acupuncturist in Wyoming, and I am the president of the Wyoming Acupuncture Society. I was asked to come here today by my group of constituents for two reasons. One, there was a proposed bill, this last legislation, to partner this board with our acupuncture board, and we would like to respectfully decline that in case that comes up again, because we felt like it put our APA at risk, and we feel like it's a better acknowledgement of scope of practices to have two separate bills, one for acupuncturists, one for naturopathic physicians. I think that Senator Crum made a great point. Like, we see these group of people as physicians, and they have a great scope of practice, and their scope of practice is different enough from ours that we think it needs to be distinguished. But also, very importantly, we think that their amount of education is very high too. Like, they go to school for many years, and some of them are licensed acupuncturists as well. So I think that that needs to be very specific for the public, especially like that lower education level versus this higher education level. So we are in full support of them. We want to have more naturopathic and holistic healthcare options in Wyoming. And I had a teacher who was a naturopathic physician in Colorado. He was great. So we fully support them being in practice. We understand and respect how hard it is to get a licensing board put together. Ours is only 8 years old, but it's been, I think, a benefit for public health and for us to come back to Wyoming and make a living. And I'm also from Fremont County, so being able to come here and have a great practice, and I hired my first employee, so we can come here and be a part of the economy and provide great health care too. So in support of them in that way, I think that'd be great.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you, ma'am, for being here. Any additional public comments from anybody in the audience? And then, Mr. Caldwell, do we have anybody online? Okay. Make sure they're ready to go. Hello.
Hi.
Good afternoon, welcome.
Thanks. Am I on? Yeah. Members of the committee, Madam Chairman, Sheila Bush with the Wyoming Medical Society. We really appreciate the pivot from the bill we saw earlier this year. I think it's really interesting and worth meaningful conversation when we talk about this licensure category falling in underneath the Board of Medicine. Without a bill, I don't have the ability to really give you a lot of detail. I'm mostly here to offer that the Medical Society represents 1,000 physicians across the state. There's a great deal of resource within our membership, and I would love to make sure that that is acknowledged and included in this conversation as it moves forward, as the state contemplates whether or not this is the right move for Wyoming right now.
Thank you. Committee, any questions for Ms. Bush? Okay. Okay, seeing none, thank you, ma'am. And we will move on to Zoom.
First is Kelly Balthazar.
Kelly what?
Balthazar.
Baltazar. Welcome to Labor and Health. If you'd state your name and who you represent, and we'll listen to your succinct public testimony.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Kelly Baltazar. I serve as the Dean of the College of Naturopathic Medicine at National University of Natural Medicine in Portland, Oregon. I am here today to urge your support in sponsoring a bill that will provide licensure for naturopathic physicians to practice legally and with a defined scope of practice in Wyoming. The naturopathic medicine program at National University of Natural Medicine is one of 7 rigorous 4-year medical school programs designed to train students as naturopathic primary care physicians. Our program integrates traditional naturopathy with conventional medicine, offering a comprehensive science-based medical education. This includes extensive training in biomedical sciences, such as anatomy, biochemistry, physiology, and immunology, along with clinical and laboratory diagnosis and treatment. Students are thoroughly trained in natural medicine modalities, including botanical medicine, hydrotherapy, and nutrition, while also gaining expertise in pharmaceutical medicine, IV therapies, and minor surgical procedures. This dual approach ensures that our graduates are equipped to safely practice primary care, including prescribing and adjusting medications when necessary. They are also trained to identify and manage potential interactions between naturopathic treatments and pharmaceuticals. Our program is an in-person, full-time 4-year medical program that includes 1,254 hours of patient care completed at our on-site clinic and 3 community health clinics. One of our on-site rotations also specializes in non-opioid pain management. This extensive hands-on experience prepares our graduates to meet the complex healthcare needs of their patients. Graduates must also pass 2 licensing exams to demonstrate their competence as primary care providers. The first exam, taken at the end of their 2nd year, focuses on biomedical sciences, while the second exam evaluates their knowledge of diagnosis and treatment, including lab and imaging interpretation, pharmaceuticals, and naturopathic treatment modalities. In addition, some states require elective examinations in areas such as IV, advanced pharmacology, and minor surgery. Please consider sponsoring a bill that will provide licensure for naturopathic physicians to practice legally and with a defined scope of practice in Wyoming. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Baltazar. Committee, any questions? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. We'll move on to the next one.
April Martinez.
Okay. Welcome, Ms. Martinez, if you'd state who you're with, and we'll hear your brief testimony.
Madam Chair and member of the Joint Committee, my name is April Martinez, and I've been trained as a doctor of naturopathy, and I have served clients across Wyoming for over 7 years. I attended one of the largest natural health schools in the country and completed a 3-year program focused specifically on naturopathic principles, not medical practices. I also completed an internship with a naturopath who had been serving clients in Wyoming for over 20 years. In addition, I am accredited through a national accreditation board, which requires me to demonstrate a thorough understanding of naturopathic principles and to submit continuing education on an ongoing basis. To respect the committee's time today, I did send a proposed solution by email last week. I want to be clear. I am not here to stop this bill. I'm simply asking that we make room for all 3 types of care. Conventional medicine, an integrated model combining both medical and naturopathic approaches, and those who are practicing solely traditional naturopathy. This would expand our healthcare options in Wyoming without eliminating access to safe, low-risk natural care. Having clarity in the titles helps eliminate confusion within the public. In the previous bill, the titles naturopath and ND were moved exclusively into the medical model, leaving no space for traditional naturopathic doctors who do not provide medical services. Clear title definitions allows for both appropriate oversight and informed public understanding. Through the discussion today, I now understand that the scope includes medical practices. Therefore, it is assumed this legislation is being introduced to address those high-risk services, such as prescribing medications or performing minor surgeries, which do require stricter oversight. However, practitioners who do not provide these services should not be placed under the same regulatory model. Additionally, I want to talk about insurance does not cover most natural therapies like supplements and homeopathics. It does cover the visit costs, medications, and surgeries. Changing a practitioner to being licensed will not change what insurance covers. Requiring all naturopaths to follow a medical structure could unintentionally limit access to affordable care that many families in Wyoming rely on. The full written proposal was sent to all the committee members, and I've spoken with some of them directly, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Committee, any questions of Ms. Martinez? Representative Yin.
Madam Chairman, thank you. Ms. Martinez, so you are, okay, I just want to get this straight. I have your email that I opened up. You are trained as a doctor of naturopathy, and you are concerned that because you aren't seeking licensure and you're not seeking to prescribe pharmaceuticals or perform the other parts of minor surgery that licensure would allow folks to do. You want to separate what you do differently from what the NDs want to do, or the folks that are here testifying before us want to do. Is that correct?
Ms. Martinez.
Madam Chair, Representative Yan, I am, sorry, I'm nervous. I am not looking for licensure for those of us who are practicing just sole naturopathy. If somebody is looking for that combination, that integrated model, then yes, there should be licensure, and we should allow those practices to come into Wyoming. It will increase our healthcare access here. I hope that makes sense.
Madam Chairman.
Follow up, Representative Yin.
Madam Chairman, thank you. So Ms. Martinez, but at the same time, you're okay with the licensing provision for folks who want to do it, but you're worried, I guess I need some more clarity on what your worry is about what you do. So you're basically saying you don't want to be stopped from doing what you do, which doesn't involve prescribing pharmaceuticals or other medical procedures that require licensure now.
Ms. Martinez.
Madam Chair, Representative Yan, for me, if the way this bill was written in January, it included naturopathic doctor ND in that bill and would require me to attend a medical school, which Dr. Marks stated was $250,000. And so for me, that is not an option to go to medical school to not practice medicine. I requested that those titles in my email, that those titles be removed. And it also makes it very clear to the public, a naturopathic physician title does state that there is a natural component and a medical component, where most of the citizens understand naturopathic doctor as only natural.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for joining us this afternoon. Oh, are you still there? We have one more question, Representative. Oh, she's gone.
You still there, April?
Maybe she can email you.
Oh, I am. I apologize.
Oh, you are
I
there.
apologize.
Okay, Representative Wasserberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, April. So for your type of practicing with naturopathic physicianing, what are the costs with excluding the medical practicing? Do you know what it averagely costs for people right now?
Ms. Martinez.
Madam Chair and Representative Wasserberger, I actually just calculated some updated numbers because we've experienced some cost increases across the country. An average cost per visit, including the visit and the natural therapies for each client, is around $120 a session.
Thank you. Follow up, Representative Wasserberger.
Sorry, I didn't make my question very clear. Do you know what the average cost is for somebody to go to school for your practice without the MD qualifications?
Ms. Martinez.
Madam Chair, Representative Wasserberger, we have a naturopath that is opening up in my area, and I asked her, she's already about $30,000 into it because I started mine so many years ago. It cost me $10,000 for the initial cost. It averages for me for my continuing education about $3,000 to $4,000 a year to continue my education and other therapies.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Martinez, thank you for joining us and for your testimony.
Next is Angela Ross.
Welcome, Ms. Ross. Please state your name and who you're with, and we'll hear your brief testimony.
Sounds great. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today and for the excellent questions coming from this committee. I'm Dr. Angela Ross. I am a naturopathic physician licensed in Washington State. I also happen to be the executive director of the Washington Association of Naturopathic Physicians. I'm here to urge your support of naturopathic physician licensure based on a century plus of licensure of our doctors here in Washington and the benefits of that licensure to millions of patients across our state. There are over 1,600 naturopathic physicians licensed in Washington. Many naturopathic doctors move to Washington and practice here specifically because of our licensure and our broad scope of practice. We are recognized in statute as primary care physicians, and our care is covered by private insurers and by our state's Medicaid program. In fact, over 40% of our licensees in Washington provide care to patients enrolled in Medicaid here, and our careful and preventive approach results in significant cost savings to the state, to patients, and to private insurers. Like Wyoming, Washington has many rural areas where it can be very difficult to find good, competent healthcare providers. Naturopathic doctors are well represented in those areas of our state, and patients in these areas benefit greatly from having choice of care providers and access to our doctors. And of course, from our doctors having legal authority to function as primary care providers in terms of broad prescriptive authority, authority to diagnose and treat, authority to perform minor office procedures such as suturing and emergency wound care, as well as to provide routine screening examinations, well child visits, basic maternity care, and so much more. Naturopathic physicians are among the safest primary healthcare providers in Washington state, according to extensive data maintained by Washington's Department of Health. Naturopathic physician licensure would be good for Wyoming. It would be of great service to your constituents. It would attract more well-trained doctors to Wyoming, and it would save money and improve health. I urge you to support licensure of naturopathic physicians, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Ross. Committee, any questions of Dr. Ross? Representative Yen.
Madam Chairman, thank you. Dr. Ross, do you know in Washington State, do NDs or naturopathic physicians prescribe from the same schedules of the Controlled Substances Act as other physicians, or is it limited on what pharmaceuticals they can prescribe?
Dr. Ross.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for the question. So as I think you all know, naturopathic physician scope of practice is determined on a state-by-state basis. So there is quite a bit of variability across the states that regulate naturopathic physicians. In Washington, we have since a 2005 timeframe, we have had full unencumbered independent authority to prescribe all legend drugs, meaning anything that is not considered a controlled substance. So your typical antibiotics, your diabetes medications, your blood pressure medications, things like that. Our controlled substance authority at this time is limited to testosterone prescriptions and codeine prescriptions, and we are actively working to change that to better align with our training and to match many of the other states like Oregon, Arizona, Vermont, and several other states that actually have a broader prescriptive authority than we do here in Washington.
Thank you. All right. Representative Guggemos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question on what board are you licensed under? Is it just specifics on that?
Dr. Ross.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I love the question. I love having the opportunity to go back to that. So We also functioned for a while under a naturopathic advisory committee. In 2011, we passed a law through the Washington State Legislature that gave us our own regulatory authority. So at this time, naturopathic physicians in Washington State are fully regulated and licensed under the Department of Health with our own regulatory board that is composed of 5 licensed naturopathic physicians and 2 public members, and again, staffed by Department of Health and ultimately overseen by the Secretary of Health in Washington.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Ross.
Next is Michael Robinson.
Okay, and how many more do we have after that?
3, Madam Chairman.
Good afternoon, welcome. If you'd state your name, who you're with, and we'll hear your brief testimony.
I'm Dr. Michael Robinson. I live in Chicago, so I'm with the Illinois Association of Naturopathic Physicians, but thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I wish to clarify the scope and depth of training and answer any questions on more of the advanced therapies that sometimes get brought up. Things like IV therapy, integrative oncology, and minor surgery procedures. Sometimes there's confusions with those terms or on our education in those areas. I'm a naturopathic physician in full-time clinical practice in the Chicagoland suburbs, focusing 100% on oncology support services. So basically, I work with medical doctors where patient goes and gets their chemotherapy or radiation, kind of breaks them down a little bit, then they come into our office and we're there to build them back up so they can go back to chemotherapy the following week nice and strong. And then the other half of my work life is in education. I've taught for 3 universities that offer ND programs across the US, and then I'm currently an oncology professor, as well as I've worked for other medical education systems. I've taught medical doctors, nurses, EMTs, dentists, midwives, et cetera, on these skill-based medicine things like IV therapy, minor surgery, suturing, wound care, things like that. We do receive comprehensive training on IV therapy, suturing, wound care, and these higher force interventions, including practice on sterile technique, fluid management, emergency protocols, pharmacology, and all of these things are practiced in our final year internship under the supervision of licensed naturopathic physicians. Minor surgery is procedures that don't really invade the body cavity. Our training includes hand-on instruction and skills like suturing, wound care, mole removal, abscess drainage. And it's really critical to be an effective rural medicine provider if a patient cuts open their arm, and ND is well trained to suture the wound back together, and which can be life-saving to control bleeding and prevent infections. So in summary, we're physicians, we're well trained to deliver both gentle therapies as well as high force interventions that are needed when they are needed. It's important to note that our schooling structure is similar to other non-MD professional doctorates such as optometrists, podiatrists, dentists. Just like a dentist completes their 4-year doctorate split into the basic sciences, clinical sciences, and then their final clinical internship, treating patients underneath the licensed providers. That's what we do too. And no dentist graduates, and no one questions a dentist graduating and being able to prescribe an antibiotic if there's an infection, or suture a bleeding gum if there's a bleeding gum. So I just ask that we be treated as the same as our other medical colleagues that implement and to implement licensure in Wyoming so people can have access to the care they need. I'm happy to take any questions on higher force interventions, whether it's oncology related, IV therapy related, suturing and wound care related, or our trainings in general. I do want to quickly clarify, because I think that part got left out, in the difference between traditional naturopaths and NDs. Sometimes they use the term doctor. The traditional naturopaths will sometimes use the term doctor, but you really shouldn't be using the term doctorate if you haven't gone to a doctoral program. Someone mentioned that it's 3 years of training. It can be 3 years of training, but also that's not post-bachelor. Our program is you have to complete a bachelor's degree, and then it's a 4-year medical program after that to get your doctorate. So we are truly doctors, where sometimes there's other people using the terms that aren't necessarily doctors. So that's why it's critical for us to kind of spell that out in our education and legislature and the wording too. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson. Any questions from the committee? Representative Wasserberger.
So I'm a little concerned with just confusing the difference between naturopaths and medical boards. I mean, obviously pharmaceuticals really aren't a natural path treatment. What if we were to amend the bill to be the alternative care physician instead of a natural path licensing?
Dr. Robinson.
Thank you, Representative Wasserberger. I think that would open up to even more confusion. There are other providers, such as the acupuncture provider that testified today, that could technically be classified as an alternative care provider, but they have no training in pharmaceuticals or minor surgery or IV therapies like we are talking about. But that's why we do try to distinguish between licensed NDs that went to medical school that are accredited by the Department of Education. That's important too. Again, sometimes the traditional naturopaths will mention that their programs are accredited, but they're not accredited by the U.S. Department of Education. They're accredited by the president of their own school. They're self-accredited. So it's important that we make sure that other people that don't necessarily have the training don't get thrown into a bill, because that opens up people to suddenly maybe have access to things that they're not actually trained to do, and then that's a public health issue.
Thank you. Any additional questions for Dr. Robinson? Thank you for joining us, and thank you for all you do for cancer patients.
Next is Robert Brody.
Mr. Brody, welcome. If you
Chairman,
state your name,
Senators. Oh,
who
sorry.
you're with, and we'll hear your brief testimony.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dr. Robert Brody. I'm a board-certified naturopathic physician specializing in gastroenterology. I completed a 4-year full-time doctorate program at an accredited naturopathic medical school recognized by agencies approved from the U.S. Department of Education. I went on to complete my residency and later a naturopathic gastroenterology fellowship. I currently operate an insurance-based practice here in Connecticut and serve as the president of the Connecticut Naturopathic Physicians Association. In addition to my clinical work, I've served as both faculty member and attending naturopathic physician at a naturopathic medical college. I taught clinical and academic coursework and held my students to the same standards of critical thinking, biomedical knowledge, and evidence-based care that I demand myself in practice. I also directly supervise student doctors in a university teaching setting, reinforcing safe, effective care through structured clinical training. This level of academic and clinical rigor is what distinguishes licensed naturopathic physicians from those without no formal medical education. Naturopathic physicians are trained in the same biomedical sciences as other Western trained providers, including MDs and DOs. Our education includes over 4,100 hours of didactic training, along with over 1,200 hours of direct patient care training. We are trained not only to diagnose and treat, but also prevent chronic disease management, and now accounts for over 90% of U.S. healthcare costs. In my specialty, I work with patients suffering from chronic digestive complaints such as IBS, GERD, inflammatory bowel disease. Many of them have seen many different providers without finding lasting relief, and they come into my office. By integrating the evidence-based natural medicine with standard diagnostics, we help reduce pharmaceutical burden, lower overall system costs, and improve patient outcomes, particularly those who do not respond well to conventional therapy. Licensure will not restrict access to natural health. Instead, it will ensure individuals using the title Doctor of Naturopathic Medicine actually went to medical school and they meet nationally accredited, recognized educational clinical standards. This protects patients while expanding access to qualified care, especially in rural and underserved areas where licensed NDs can meet the urgent primary care needs. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm open for any questions. I respectfully ask if you consider this bill sponsoring licensure of naturopathic physicians. I will say that our scope here in Connecticut is much different from some of the other scopes that we've heard the doctors speak on earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brody. Committee, any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Next is Clyde Jensen.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Jensen. If you'd state your name and who you're with, and we'll hear your brief testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to share my insights concerning the education of naturopathic doctors in pharmacology. My name is Clyde Jensen. I have a PhD in pharmacology and have recently completed a 5-decade-long career in which I have led colleges of medicine, osteopathic medicine, and naturopathic medicine, and have taught pharmacology to students in each. I'm currently a professor emeritus at an osteopathic medical school, where I continue to deliver guest instruction in pharmacology, physician leadership, and interprofessional education. Students and practitioners of medicine, osteopathic medicine, and naturopathic medicine are all required to study drugs, and they do this in 3 different venues. First is classroom pharmacology instruction, which I'll describe. Drug therapy observation, which I'll briefly describe, and continuing medical education in pharmacology, and I'll give a brief description of that. First, classroom pharmacology instruction is delivered during the first 2 years of medical education and is virtually identical for MD students, DO students, and naturopathic medical students. Those students receive roughly the same number of pharmacology contact hours. They study the same drugs. They use the same textbooks. They are taught by faculty members with common credentials, and they are evaluated using similar examinations and introduced to the same pharmaceutical standards of care published by the major medical specialties. The second area of pharmacology that I mentioned is clinical observation of drug therapy. This differs a little bit between MD and DO and naturopathic students, and I'll describe 2 ways. One is that most clinical supervision of naturopathic medical students is performed by naturopathic physicians who prefer to treat with few drugs in favor of more natural therapies like nutrition, herbs, and lifestyle. While clinical supervision of allopathic and osteopathic students is performed by MDs and DOs who routinely prescribe large quantities of drugs. A second difference is that all allopathic and osteopathic medical students or medical school graduates continue their clinical observation during internships and residencies, while such graduate medical education opportunities is available to only a small percent of naturopathic medical school graduates. I emphasize this part of our pharmacology training and the difference between naturopathic and MD and DO students, because naturopathic physicians are taught to be very conservative in the use of drugs. And then finally, continuing medical education. This is required about drugs in all states to MD and DO and naturopathic physicians, and it's required in identical rigor. The same pharmaceutical standards of care published by the major medical specialties are incorporated into drug-related CME for MDs, DOs, and naturopathic physicians. So in summary, Madam Chair, I believe that naturopathic physicians are equally well educated in pharmacology to MD and DO physicians, while naturopathic physicians experience fewer opportunities for supervised clinical observation of drug therapy than MD or DO physicians. They prescribe fewer drugs and do so more conservatively, preferring to use the more natural therapies when practical. Naturopathic physicians have access to sufficient drug-related continuing medical education to allow them to be informed concerning pertinent new drug developments and standards of pharmaceutical care. And like the others, I'll be pleased to respond to any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Jensen. Committee, any questions? Vice Chairman Ottman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I'm hoping, Dr. Jensen, is that you can help me through the dilemma that I'm in. I like the idea of the naturopathic, but I do not understand why there isn't a fourth category for the naturopaths that do not prescribe pharmacology. So is there a way for that to fit in? I thought I would see a bill today that did that defined the scopes of practice. And I was really looking forward to that, but that's not what I see here. I just see the last bill that we had. So can you, with your knowledge of that, can you help me see how a bill that is primarily to make a licensure for a naturopathic ND that can prescribe and do minor surgeries, that would be one thing, and then the naturopaths that, the traditional, with, is that clear? Can you help? me with
Dr.
that?
Jensen, if you'd like to.
Madam
Weigh
Chair
in.
and Representative Ottman, thank you for that excellent question. I believe that you have the opportunity to write a bill that could actually serve as somewhat of a model for naturopathic care in the United States. And if you were to include in that bill reference to the naturopathic physician or to the naturopathic doctor as one who has the scope of practice that permits those medical procedures that one must go to medical school for 4 years after getting a bachelor's degree would permit. Other naturopaths, and I know many, and they're wonderful people and perform wonderful services, are naturopaths who needn't use that term naturopathic physician or naturopathic doctor to perform the naturopathic services that they provide. Would that be a helpful solution to those of you who are going to be involved in drafting some perhaps landmark legislation?
Thank you, Dr. Jensen. Okay, thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Next is Elizabeth Gustus.
Okay.
Madam Chair and members.
Welcome, Ms. Gustus. If you'd state who you're with, and we'll hear your brief testimony.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Elizabeth Gustus, and I'm a current naturopathic medical student at Bastyr University in Washington State, and I'm the current president-elect of the Naturopathic Medical Student Association. I'm here to represent the international student body of naturopathic medical students and my support of naturopathic physician licensure in Wyoming. Currently, there are 8 U.S. Department of Education accredited naturopathic medical schools, with the 9th school undergoing accreditation this year. There are currently over 1,200 naturopathic medical students across North America, with over half of those students west of the Mississippi. As a doctoral student, we complete over 4,000 hours of doctoral level education that encompasses clinical nutrition, lifestyle medicine, botanical and physical medicine, counseling, pharmacology, and minor office procedures, like wart removals, simple sutures, and ear lavage. We demonstrate competency in all these areas throughout our clinical rotations. As naturopathic doctors and future NDs, we emphasize listening to the individual patient in front of us and offering comprehensive care that meets the patient's physical, mental, and emotional health needs. A patient I saw at an internship last week was a great example of this. The patient came to us for their IUD removal with the goal of wanting to start their family this year. We were able to remove her IUD, provide counseling around her generalized anxiety disorder, spend time going over stress reduction techniques, refill her prescription for levothyroxine, which is thyroid medication, which is critical to be well managed for pregnancy, provide medical advice around nutrition, exercise, and hydration. All of these things that we were able to cover in one visit could have been up to 4 or 5 other doctor visits that would have cost more money, more time, more expense, more healthcare burden. Allowing naturopathic doctors to be licensed in Wyoming will allow the community to have increased access to preventative care, primary care providers, and holistic individualized care. Licensure will also open the door for future naturopathic doctors to come to Wyoming and serve in their communities. As a student, we are often looking at licensure and what our scope of practice might look like in different states when considering where we would like to live and work. With your support of licensing naturopathic doctors, Wyoming will become a state of interest for many students to move and practice in. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'll stay for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gustus. Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Next is Jennifer Gibbs.
Okay, and that's more than 3. Are there any more after this?
There are 2 more, Madam Chairman.
Okay. And we're gonna cut it off at that. We're way over time. Thank you, Mr. Caldwell. Welcome, ma'am. If you'd state your name and who you're with, and we'll hear your testimony.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Jennifer Gibbs, and I'm a fourth-year naturopathic medical student and currently also at Bastyr University, Washington. Primary and preventative care is an increasingly high-needs area of medicine. It is also one of the cornerstones of what naturopathic doctors do. Given our extensive and diverse training, naturopathic doctors are uniquely qualified to fill the growing gap of medical providers who focus on risk-reducing, early intervention healthcare. In my journey as a student, I've learned how to blend conventional medicine, such as pharmaceuticals, stitching wounds, and screening exams, with evidence-based holistic preventative tools, including nutrition, therapeutic lifestyle strategies, and mind-body medicine. Licensure in the state of Wyoming would allow naturopathic doctors to bring this blended approach to patients in the state, patients who would benefit from a unique integrative strategy to disease prevention and management. Students are very eager to practice in states that allow us the privilege of providing care with the full scope of our training. Support of licensing naturopathic doctors provides a pathway for more medical providers to practice in Wyoming, and it provides essential, ongoing healthcare to patients in the state who might otherwise lack a dedicated provider overseeing their well-being. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to try and take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbs. Senator Scott.
Madam Chairman, one quick question. The witness spoke of preventive care. What role do you all see for vaccination as part of that preventative care?
Ms. Gibbs.
In terms of preventative care, we try to stick to what the CDC recommends. It is patient's individual choice, though, and we do offer that space for that.
Thank you. All right, thank you for your testimony and for joining us this afternoon.
Next is Lee Lofgren.
Lofgren?
Lofgren.
Lofgren. Welcome, Mr. Lofgren. Please state who you're with, and we'll hear your brief testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I represent myself. My name is Lee Lofgren. I've been a Wyoming resident for the past 29 years. I'm now a retired chiropractor. I'm very much in favor of Wyoming establishing licensure for naturopathic physicians who have graduated from accredited schools of naturopathic medicine. Over the years, I've turned to naturopathic physicians for my patients' care as well as my own, with very favorable results. I'm presently dealing with stage 4 prostate cancer. This is relevant to this conversation because, like so many cancer patients, I've completed the conventional medical treatments of radiation, brachytherapy, and 18 months of hormone deprivation therapy. Presently, the standard operating procedure now is to wait and watch, monitoring with lab work every 3 months, and if needs be, to jump on it again with the same conventional medical treatments, wait and watch, then repeat if necessary, etc. For me, being passive is not acceptable. In the meantime, I can be proactive knowing that there are well-documented approaches that can also be employed. This is where naturopathic physicians, some with cancer specialties, can come into the picture, offering treatments, some of which may stand alone effectively, many of which may be more powerful when employed in conjunction with conventional medical cancer care. Naturopathic physicians are increasingly working in collaboration with medical doctors to augment their conventional treatments and to mitigate the side effects of those conventional medical treatments. In my personal search, I've uncovered naturopathic treatments which are used as standard protocol in medical clinics in Germany, Switzerland, and Mexico, for example, for a vast variety of reasons, not just cancer. I was hard-pressed to find such specific naturopathic care in Wyoming. I've since located help out of state, often driving 6 to 7 hours each way for treatment. Wyoming licensure for naturopathic physicians would make Wyoming far more attractive to practitioners and increase the prevalence of naturopathic physicians, offering patients more diversity of treatments closer to home. Licensure in Wyoming for naturopathic physicians working in collaboration with other healthcare professions would greatly augment the already available treatments, and in the spirit of the Hippocratic Oath, first do no harm. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir, for joining us. Committee, any questions? Seeing none. Thank you. We'll move on to the next one.
Next is Paul Anderson.
Mr. Anderson, good afternoon. If you'd state your name, who you're with, and we'll hear your brief testimony.
Madam Chair, Committee, thank you. I'm Dr. Paul Anderson from Seattle, Washington, and I have been seeing patients and teaching in the naturopathic medical community for over 30 years at this point. I've held 3 licenses in the Northwest area, all with primary care patient abilities. And because most of the things that we would normally talk about have been covered, I just wanted to bring up a couple of points. One is in licensing a profession, you not only increase access, but you additionally create oversight, which creates safety for your patient population, your citizens. In my practice in primary care states, I've had access to and ability to prescribe not only all legend drugs, but in 2 of the states, class 2 through 5 controlled substances by the DEA. Additionally, in primary care practice, depending on the state, I have been able to admit or co-admit patients to hospitals for needed care, and thereby taking out an entire step for the patient to go through if they need urgent or emergent referral to the hospital system. In all of that time, as Dr. Ross had mentioned with Washington, the statistics kept by our states have shown that we, using these very broad primary care licensure abilities, have been able to provide not only effective patient care, but also very safe patient care with extremely low amounts of adverse events or malpractice claims, et cetera. I'm happy to answer questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Any questions from the committee? Senator Scott.
Madam Chairman, one quick question on the vaccines. In your practice, do you recommend vaccination as a preventive measure? Do you use them at all? What's your policy?
Dr. Anderson.
Great question. So my current practice is a specialty practice, but I had a primary care practice for over 20 years, and we provided vaccination in that practice. As you know, schedules and recommendations change over time, but essentially we followed the CDC guidelines for vaccination administration.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Mr. Caldwell, that concludes public testimony through Zoom.
There is one more hand raised if you would like to hear from them, Madam Chairman.
I said okay, the good co-chairman suggests we take one last one.
I don't know where we go.
Okay.
Where we actually cut it, right?
Hello, my name is Kaylee Kaiser, and I'm a third-year naturopathic medical student, also at Bastyr University in San Diego. I serve as the current chapter president of NMSA, and I'm here today to reiterate a few points that I would like to bring to your attention. The first being that at Bastyr University, our doctorate program includes over 4,100 hours of training, with over 1,200 clinical hours focused on evidence-based integrative primary care. We study the same biomedical sciences as MDs and DOs, including anatomy, physiology, pathology, pharmacology, and clinical diagnosis, in addition to intensive training in nutrition, mental health counseling, botanical medicine, and physical medicine. We also learn to prescribe and deprescribe pharmaceuticals and receive training in minor office procedures. Meanwhile, MDs and DOs are licensed in Wyoming to provide both conventional and integrative care. Given that our foundational training overlaps significantly with that of other primary care physicians, it is both reasonable and necessary that NDs also be granted licensure to practice to the full extent of our education. Thank you, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Committee, any questions? Seeing none. Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you.
All right. We are going to close public comment officially on naturopathic licensure. Committee, I would like to take a brief 5-minute break. It is 1:13, so that means be back at 1:18. We will reconvene. Thank you. All right. So what we're gonna do is, if you guys are all for this, just keep working. We're gonna go down the
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming back promptly. For the members of the committee, just a little housekeeping. If you haven't sent your expense request form in, please do so. There's a pile here, but I don't know that it includes everybody. I'm not going to do a count. That's on you to get it to us, please. So now we're going to get into a portion of the meeting, which we've kind of delayed until the last to give people time to think. And of course, we went long yesterday and we went long again today about bill drafts. The intent is to walk right through the agenda as it was presented to us, and members can propose any bill drafts, research requests, anything like that. Just as a reminder, Management Council has limited our days to 4 days unless we request additional days. So, and certainly that we can request on the committee's behalf additional days if we need that. What I'm going to suggest is if we request bill drafts today, those bill drafts be worked and be ready in public before our next meeting, which is scheduled currently on the first day of hunting season, I'm told, in October, which apparently we need to pay attention to. I didn't know it was on a national holiday schedule, but anyway, so we'll review them that day, and then we may have, that might be a one-day meeting, depending on the number of bill drafts, and then we'll have a third meeting to finalize any bill drafts in case there's amendments that come out of that meeting. So that's kind of at least a thought process where I see Senator Scott has an inquiry.
Mr. Chairman, hunting season depends on where you are, so there is no one single opening day. Anytime in the fall, you're going to be in the first day of summer.
Okay, so we're going to delay all our meetings until after hunting season ends, or before hunting seasons. He's going to bring up the archery season next, don't worry. All right, so if we could, committee, we're just going to walk through, and then we're going to have a request. We're going to have some requests out of the committee. Was there anything in I'm just going to go through topically, in the maternal health area, as we listen to the governor's task force report from Mr. Biggs, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Department of Health, anything in the maternal health that any committee member would like to bring forward as a bill draft request or research request?
Chairman.
I'm going to start down here. Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to get a bill draft to figure out, well, I mean, it would require us to figure out what the actual issues are for the birth center that's in Cheyenne and with the midwives, because it sounded like there were some statutory changes that were at issue within that public comment.
Okay, so the request is midwives. Statutory, I actually looked that up, and we have authorized midwifery in under Medicaid, Title 42, which generally opens it up to everything, but maybe there's more we need to do. So go ahead, Senator. Go ahead, Representative.
Mr. Chairman, at the very least, I would like to have a conversation with those folks to see what would be needed, and then come back to the committee with a possible bill draft.
Okay, so you're not asking for a bill draft right now. You want to just continue to pursue it. Is that accurate?
And I may give the committee chairs a bill draft if for the next meeting, if that's appropriate.
Okay. All right. Any concern or objection with that? Okay, I'm just going to keep going this way. So Senator Scott, on maternal care.
On maternal care, excuse me, Mr. Chairman. In the past, particularly right after the tort reform effort failed, we tried to preserve obstetrics by increasing the Medicaid reimbursement up to the full amount that the feds would allow. And they do put a limit on what you can get and still get the full federal cost share on it. We've obviously gone away from that. It appears to me that some of the problem there is just pure economics, that as the birth rates decline, there isn't enough business to sustain all the maternity care that we need geographically. And a bill draft, so we need, one of the things we need to do is improve the economic situation there. a bill draft that raised what Medicaid paid for obstetrics would make a fair difference, because well over 30% of the live births, for instance, are on the Medicaid program. So a bill draft that said, we will raise that back up to what the feds will allow. We'll put more money in, half it'll be ours and half it will be federal. Appeared to work before we got away from that. So I would suggest we have a bill draft that does that. We'll probably have to carry an appropriation. And I'm going to have a very similar suggestion, Mr. Chairman, when we get to the EMS.
Okay, any additions to that request from Senator Scott? Any significant concerns about it? Seeing none, so that will be a request then from the committee. And let's just do the EMS one at the same time.
Okay, EMS, Mr. Chairman, we heard a fair amount of testimony that we're having trouble sustaining EMS across the state, and I think we've all seen some of those problems. They've been chronic problems this committee has dealt with before. We've done some things to encourage volunteerism, but we're not getting enough. And we had several presentations this time. I thought the one from City of Mills here locally was educational in terms of what was going on. Again, in this case, we're putting more and more professional demands on the EMS people. They have to get more education. That makes it harder to do it just on a volunteer basis. I think there's no question part of the solution here is going to need to put some money into it. The testimony from Mills was that the reimbursement from Medicaid on emergency management services was well below what it was for Medicare. So there's room to come up to the federal limit there. They are linked. So same bill there. Tell the health department to go to the maximum that's allowed for Medicaid reimbursement that gets you the full federal share. And again, it'll probably have to carry an appropriation. We could eventually, Mr. Chairman, meld the two bills into one, or we could keep them separate. It's easier to do if we draft them separately. So that would be my request.
Okay, so I took those on together because it's basically the same type of request, two different topics. So thank you, Senator Scott. Keep going down the road on maternal health. I have the co-chairman here, and then we'll go down here. Madam Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have a comment and a request from Department of Health based on the maternal health topic. First, I wanted to thank Director Johansson for updating their website after being asked by Representative Ottman about using the term pregnant persons. That has been changed as of today. And so my request is that I'd like to ask the department to take a serious look at the CDC's actions in removing the COVID-19 vaccine from the list of recommended vaccines for pregnant women. There has been an FDA and CDC study that was unveiled this past week that shows that there's a serious increase in early deliveries and miscarriages. And in regards to this particular vaccine, I'm happy to share a source with the committee and just ask that the department report back to us next time in regards to that.
Okay, thank you. You got that, Anna Clayton? Got it? So that's just a request for follow-up for and evaluation by the department. Accurate? Okay. President
one
Guggenmoss?
more.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Co-Chair, and if I could just back up further on the agenda in regards to the overview and updates that were given by agencies. So I'm interested in receiving some sort of research paper or memo to the committee from Department of Health in regards to the discussion we had on suicide prevention and some of the statistics that we received. I know that their prevention unit covers alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs and suicide prevention. Just interested in if whether or not there's any outcome data on the prevention strategies that are implemented using the funding that's allocated from Department of Health to the counties throughout the state, and in specifically the efficacy of suicide prevention efforts within counties through those prevention strategies. Thank you.
Thank you. So another request to Department of Health. Okay. Representative Guggenmoss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to request a bill draft, which is basically House Bill 273 to protect the pregnancy resource centers. So it's just reviving that bill from last session.
House Bill 273?
273, yes.
273. All right. Absent any concern, we'll keep going. Do you have a question, Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I could not hear him well enough to.
So there was a House Bill 273, which was about pregnancy resource centers, I think. And that, I don't know that we got it in the Senate. I don't remember. Sorry. Anyways, probably a bill we did not see, Senator Scott. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Going down the line, Representative Clausen still on maternal health.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'd like the committee's support at looking at some of the programs that have helped, proven out in other states, North Dakota, South Dakota, the mobile maternity unit, the North Carolina model of increasing or helping pay for malpractice insurance, and then also looking at the Federal Tort Claims Act. So I'd just like the committee's support for me to work with the Department of Health and LSO to get some more information on this, and then maybe present in October on what our findings are.
Go ahead, Madam Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. And Representative, just curious, does that include the insurance pooling concept that was brought up?
Good.
Representative Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Chair, I did not include that, but I'd be happy to look at it. I mean, it's part of the discussion. So I think all options need to be on the table. Something I've spent a lot of time at, and I think hopefully we could bring some suggestions for the state.
And so we're talking about malpractice pooling, malpractice. So just so we know, there is a program in statute right now that Senator Scott probably passed in about 2003, 2004. It is dormant, but it is there. So there is something in statute right now. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I think that statute goes way back.
Okay, maybe 1983. I don't know.
into the 70s somewhere, and was never used because when they tried to put it together, it proved to be just impractical.
And Mr. Chairman, I didn't comment on whether it was practical or not. I just comment there is maybe something already there to at least look at, start with, and see where you go.
I think it dates from the 1960s or 70s.
Thank you. Go ahead, Madam Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair and Senator Scott. It was just basically one of the recommendations that was listed or that came out of the governor's task force on maternal. So.
Yep, thank you. Going on down, maternal health. All right, nobody else? Maternal health? All right, we'll start back at this end. No, actually, we'll start at this end, emergency services. Anything specific to emergency services from this down here? I'll start with Senator Hutchins, but she's not raising her hand, so she's good. Okay, Representative Thayer.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I would like to have a bill draft on emergency medical services. It was something that the Wyoming Hospital Association sent to this committee on June 19th about amending statute 18-8-109. It's dissolution of a memorial hospital. It's allowed in hospital districts, and you have the paperwork, and it's just an amendment adding filing bankruptcy to use as a tool for our memorial hospitals. Again, hospitals across the state having hard times these days. 2020 Memorial Hospital at Carbon County was in the black, and now they are struggling. So this would just be a tool for our memorial hospitals to reorganize and not dissolve.
All right, any concerns or discussion on that one? Also, Senator Crumb's been involved in this discussion. Senator Crum.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this would be a good thing. So just a brief overview. Right now, hospitals that are in a district, hospitals that are in private, like a hospital here in Casper, hospitals that are 501c3s, like the one in Laramie, right now can file for reorganization, which basically means they can re-get their debts in order. So maybe they've got a plan right now that a note that says you got to pay within 3 years. Well, now maybe they can work with their cash flows in these small rural hospitals and pay it over 10, for an example. Right now, memorial hospitals or county-owned hospitals are not allowed to do that. So what this proposed draft would do was add to, which U.S. Bankruptcy Code already allows it, would add Chapter 9 to the Wyoming Bankruptcy Code. And Chapter 9 would allow these memorial hospitals to file reorganization, not complete liquidation, but allow them to file reorganization under Chapter 9. We currently have reorganization for businesses under Chapter 11. We have reorganization for individuals under Chapter 13. This just brings what's in the U.S. Bankruptcy Code into the Wyoming Code under Chapter 9 of the Bankruptcy Code. So it gives another tool for these small rural hospitals to stay in business and provide emergency services. The one Representative Thayer talked about in Rollins, if that hospital would go away, to get emergency services on just I-80 alone, it's a 208-mile stretch where you're going to have to get an ambulance either out of Rock Springs, Casper, or Laramie to find you somewhere along the interstate, and that may be a long time to find you. So it's just doing that, bringing Chapter 9 into the Wyoming Code for reorganization. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion on that? Concerns? All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott.
Chairman, I think the idea is good, but I think we've got to, as a committee, clearly understand that this is not really a solution to the problem. It temporizes, and then we start getting any significant number of these, we've got to say, what's wrong that's systematically causing the problem, and what do we got to do to fix the thing? Because otherwise, you're just going to repeat, and it isn't going to work.
Very fair, and thank you, Senator Scott. Senator Scott will recall we had a nursing home failure several years ago. We had to actually put together legislation that the state could step in when there was that kind of a catastrophic, I would argue, failure of care for our citizens. So, all right. Cutting it on EMS, further things on EMS from this side. EMS further down this way. We've got 2 requests already. Senator Scott has
You've got my request.
Got your request, and we've got the second one that came from Thayer. All right. Oh, you're going to have to be quick with hands. There's no timidity here.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I was
Mr.
trying to determine whether or not this goes with EMS. When past Representative Sweeney and some other testimony was going on about EMS, a lot of the part of my concern is how many taxpayers we actually have. So if I could just get a research on, in the state of Wyoming, the demographics and age groups for our taxpayers that we currently have. I would like that.
That's probably something we can, maybe Taxpayers Association, reach out to Hank and that group to see if they have some of that information already. So I think, I don't know, we want to task our folks with it. It's probably already out there, but we can, taxpayers. But
thank you.
LSO will make that inquiry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Representative Yin.
So, Mr. Chairman, because we skipped the agency updates, I did want to roll back to that as well. I wanted to request a bill draft to repeal the Medicaid birth cost recovery. I think we got testimony from DFS basically saying the 7 years that it's existed, it's only created more costs than it's ever gained. And so we've, over the course of a couple of years, gave it more chances and more chances I think after 7 years, that's a good amount of time to say, this is just wasting money.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Scott?
I would have deep concerns about that one. What has happened is that we were having real abuses in this area, and it was running up the number of the live births that were performed under Medicaid. And that we have seen now for the first time in some time, the past few years, has been a decline in those. And so I think you have to put that in as a benefit of the existing program. I suppose no harm in doing a bill draft, but I really think, Mr. Chairman, that you've got to look not just at the recovery there, but the impact it's having on the numbers that are coming under Medicaid, and as opposed to being paid for privately, because I think it's significant.
Thank you, Senator Scott. So I also agree that analysis probably should be a part of that discussion if this bill draft. It's a simple bill draft, it's a repeal, so it's not a long bill draft, but I think it will be a longer discussion about cause and effect, to the very point that Senator Scott brings up, which I think is significant. I think the reduction actually is probably 10 points in the last 5 years, my recollection. So anyway, all right. Any on maternal health care? Seeing none, no more. All right, now we're going to toxicology, death certificates, and that topic.
Another one on in the healthcare area, in Medicaid specifically.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we had some testimony yesterday that when they introduced a rules-based system a few years ago, that had a fair impact, and they showed that. The concern I have is gradual mission creep in the Medicaid program. It's expanding the program. I don't know how much of it there's been. I think there has been some. When we tried before, they really couldn't come up with the rules. Sounds like now they have some. What I'm going to suggest is that we ask the health department to furnish us a copy of the criteria they're using for eligibility for Medicaid. And if possible, then we can turn that into a bill draft to codify that so that it stays constant unless the legislature changes it. Right now, it's wide open. The executive branch can change everything except there's a specific prohibition on the Medicaid expansion that's not in the statutes, but in the session laws. But everything else is wide open. And so I think we need to look at what they're actually doing and authorize the co-chairman to have a bill draft presented if there's one that's feasible there.
Okay, thank you. That's another request to Department of Health.
Chairman Barlow?
Yes?
I had a request for healthcare too. I apologize. I would like to redraft House Bill 323 to its original form, the SNAP benefits waiver request, please.
323?
Yep.
SNAP. Okay. Now you're at about 10 bill drafts. And we're going into a budget session, and it takes a 2/3 vote. Let's just be honest about what we're doing here, folks. So, all right. I mean, this is a redraft, so that's not a lot of work for our staff, but I just want to be clear about where we're going. All right. Now we're going to go to toxicology, death certificates. Anything from that anybody has, think could benefit from a bill draft or any policy or, yes, Mr. Hoft.
I propose a bill draft for involving complete toxicology reports at an autopsy dealing with murder-suicide for the purpose of being able to track correlations between psychotropic drug use in these situations.
I think this one's a little tougher because I don't know that we have someone who's actually responsible for doing that now. So you're going to have to actually task someone with that responsibility in this bill draft. So I think maybe, I'm not saying it's a poor idea, I just think we need to actually understand who we're tasking with this responsibility. We had coroners here yesterday, we had the Department of Health here yesterday, et cetera. So we just got to be clear about I understand who can do the research, but who are we actually tasking with the assignment? So if you have more details, that's fine, but I just think we got to give more guidance to our staff before we can, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'll take a deeper dive.
Yeah, and that's fine, and I think we can leave that one open a little bit, and if you find something that makes sense, the co-chairman and I would be glad to ask for a bill draft, because we can do that as well. Yes, Madam Chairman.
Mr. Co-Chair and Representative, perhaps, I know I've received bill drafts, personal bill drafts before from LSO that have given me kind of a menu of options as far as agencies or departments that could oversee the tasks that are involved. Maybe LSO can help with that.
Yeah. Yeah, Madam Chairman, good suggestion. For any of these, that of course could be done. I would take another reach out to the coroners and the Department of Health as well in that process. I think you doing it first would be helpful for the LSO to say, so they're not doing a lot of legwork. So, thank you. All right, anything else on toxicology death certificates? Seeing none. We're going to anything out of Department of Workforce Services or Department of Insurance that anybody flagged anybody? Yes, Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to have Senate File 175, unemployment insurance coverage period, redrafted from last session, and look at the benefit of that. It seems like we're a lot richer than a lot of other states, so I'd like us to take another look at that.
So this was changing the period which someone was eligible for unemployment. Is that accurate?
That's right.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. I think it passed the Senate, did not get
Correct.
heard in the House.
That's
Okay.
correct.
All right? Another one? So these are all just bringing back bill drafts from the past, so we're not piling on our LSO too bad yet. I got one here, and then I'll go down to Representative Yen.
Thank you,
So
Mr.
we're either in Workforce Service or Department of Insurance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Yen suggested doing a letter to the federal government expressing our support of our Job Corps here in Riverton, Wyoming. I would like to see that happen. And also, I don't know if in the event the federal government does decide to shut the whole program down, I don't know if there's a way we can research how we either, it's my understanding it's on state-owned land, not federal. Is that, it's Riverton's land? Okay, so if we could discuss or research options on how we could have that stay open, but more in a private sector, perhaps, or last case scenario, a state thing. I'd just like to research options on that.
I would imagine the community is doing some of that research, trying to sort that out. You're in the community. You guys sort that out and maybe come on. As far as the Job Corps letter, since that's an affirmative action that we're going to take at this meeting, I think let's just do a voice vote. All those in favor of submitting a letter to our, oh, go ahead, sorry.
I'm sorry, I was having trouble hearing who the letter is supposed to be addressed to.
This is regarding the concern regarding the closure of the Job Corps program, and it would be directed, I think, to our congressional delegation. Is that any, Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, on and against. We're going to see more and more of these federal things where they're having to step back on get rid of some specific programs because of the monstrous deficit they're on. And I guess I'm going to be opposed to just automatically saying we ought to continue that federal spending.
Yeah, thank you. So, so comments on the motion. So I'm just going to take this as a motion on the floor to draft this letter, because this is an affirmative action that's coming out of this meeting potentially. So that's why we're going to do this one a little differently. So comments, further comments on the motion. I had a motion and a second. That's where we're doing this. All right, Madam Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the comments by Senator Scott on and opposed to my name on the letter.
Okay, further discussion, further discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Yim.
Mr. Chairman, so from basically the way I've perceived how the administration is tackling cutting back spending from the administration, what I've seen is that they make cuts, they see who gives them context about what are the actual needs within those cuts, and then they reestablish the parts where people show a real need for those services. And I think the Job Corps in Riverton is something that Wyoming really needs. I mean, I was just in recalibration last week, and a whole group of people basically told me, we need more CTE. We need more workers in Wyoming. And that's pretty much what this Job Corps facility does. And so the idea that we would want to have it closed, I think would be detrimental to the state of Wyoming. So I do think it's one where, you know, if we aren't the ones talking about our need for this facility, other Job Corps in other states, they're going to talk about it until their federal delegations. And so they might get theirs reinstated while no one complained about ours. So we might not get ours reinstated. So I do think it's worth writing the letter.
Thank you. Further discussion? Further discussion? Senator Hutchins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I brought this up a little earlier about Climb, a private nonprofit organization that's doing a wonderful job with helping people, mothers with jobs. And I think if we lose our Job Corps, we could go to a private organization and say, help us here in Wyoming. We don't need to have the federal government providing us with this training when we can do it ourselves. And if you look at Climb Wyoming, you'll see they're doing a phenomenal job. So I too am against writing a letter.
Okay, further discussion, further discussion. Yes, Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a bit of discussion, and maybe to talk to the bringer of this motion, but in my mind, and it's my community as well, I was hoping that possibly a letter like this, just thinking about it, a letter would say, we would like the support to do what needs to be done to keep it in effect, whether that be community involvement, whether that be a private entity, whether that be the community college. Because the state of Wyoming, from what I heard from the governor's office, are not interested in that. So just to say it is a viable idea or ideal or whatever to go along with President Trump's thing, and what we know, it is one of the few job training things in the state. And the one that there is over on the eastern side for welding, for instance, I believe it costs like $20,000 or $30,000 to go to. So this was to provide technical job training for people, and then to get them known across the state to put them into positions in the workforce. So I'm not particularly thinking that the federal government needs to continue it. I would like to see it, because apparently the Department of Labor is doing a pretty bad job if they're that much in debt. So anyway, that is just my thought on something that the letter might say.
Okay, further discussion, further discussion. So this is going to be a voice vote on the drafting of a letter to our congressional delegation expressing concern about the potential closure of the Job Corps. Going back to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with that. If the federal government can do a program that is successful, my view is that private can do it better. So I guess my motion is just to encourage the federal government, but I would actually prefer to see it in the private sphere. So having that drafted into that letter, just any way we can keep this open, I would be supportive of that kind of language.
So maybe there's a little bit of a modification that there's concern that this is a valuable program, it may be lost. Are there alternative routes this same services can be delivered? And would the federal government give us some of those options?
Yes. Would you be good with that? Yep. Okay. Yes.
All right, further discussion? Further discussion? This is a letter drafted on behalf of the committee to the delegation. Further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
So we will not draft a letter. That does not mean, though, that I don't think individual members should not get together and write a letter and do something that you think is reflective of what your interests are.
Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to get together with the Fremont County
Thank you.
folks.
Let's keep going. Anything else on, where are we at? Workforce Service Department Insurance. How about artificial intelligence? Anything on the AI naturopath or that? Seeing nothing? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I think I disagree with Mr. Spencer on the feasibility of someone actually trying to do that and then winning in court. I think that it is worth a bill draft. I don't necessarily like the language that the Hospital Association proposed. So if there's no objection, I might bring different language to the meeting.
If you're going to, so you're going to request, you're going to do work on some bill draft language yourself, and you'll run it by the chairman.
Correct. And I'll probably, I will involve the stakeholders, both the insurance companies and the Hospital Association.
To see if there's anything in there.
Yes.
I personally don't think there's any need for it. I'm just telling you right now.
Yeah.
Think about your two-thirds introduction. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, exactly. This is one where I think we would be better off postponing it to the general session if we want to do it at all, because the testimony we have sounds like none of the insurance companies that are major factors in Wyoming are using it. So it's not an immediate problem, and there's quite a bit of evolution and progress nationally as to how to handle this whole issue and how to handle the use of AI responsibly. So I think we'll have better legislation for the general session and a better chance of getting it passed, because I think it would be controversial and not make the 2/3.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Yan.
I think I would agree with Senator Scott's assessment there, so I won't bring anything to the next
Holding
meeting.
back on
Thank you.
that. All right, anything under AI, anything else under AI? Okay, naturopathic licensure.
Yeah.
Naturopathic licensure. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to draft a bill for the naturopathic doctor licensure. I'd prefer it to be under their own, but I think with the expense, we're going to have to look at it being under the Wyoming Board of Medicine. And I would also like to request a working group for that, as it is a very complicated issue, and we need to cover our basis on that.
All right, further discussion on this inquiry?
Mr. Chairman.
Sir, Senator Cum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to ask, I'd be in support of that, but I'd like to ask that we involve the Wyoming Medical Society and the naturopath NDs in that drafting concept as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion, Representative Thayer? Oh, sorry. Both of you want to go, all right. Well, you can do it, you can do a duo.
Thank you, Chairman. And I just want to clarify, I want to make sure that on the issue brief, naturopathic physician, I want to make sure that we're using the word physician in there. So, thank you. And I also would be interested in being in that working group.
All right, continue. Representative Wasserberger?
So I'm actually a little in a disagreement. I don't think we should be calling them naturopathic physicians. There's a definition on the federal level of what a naturopathic physician is in 1994, revolving nothing around using pharmaceutical medications. So I think we need to make sure that there's not going to be a conflict created by having them called naturopathic physicians. We already have 43 naturopathic physicians here in the state. And with them not having that other type of medical training, my concern with that is that we'd be limiting ourselves from 43 naturopathic physicians down to 8. The other concern with that is with having these naturopathic physicians that have already gone to school for medical training that are paying about $250,000 versus your naturopaths that are paying $30,000 for school. My question is why would, I mean, if you went to school for medical training, why would you not be trying to prescribe medications and perform minor surgeries? I mean, that's going to be where your money is, not so much in the herbal remedies. So it's just, I can't imagine that these type of practices are going to be at the same price that we're currently paying right now to see a naturopathic physician. So if we're going to do this, I think there needs to be a specific different title for these type of alternative care physicians.
Okay, further discussion, further suggestions? Representative, this is on a bill draft on naturopathic licensure and a working group.
Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, Senator Scott, I didn't see both of them. Senator Scott will go first, then Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, I really think that taking this kind of a licensure bill to a budget session is kind of an exercise in futility, unless you have perfect consensus, and that clearly does not exist. A 20-day session is just not feasible on something this kind.
Okay, thank you. Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So looking at where all the states are, I mean, even the states that do license NDs have very different requirements and permissions and authorities for each of those states. In California, you can't call them a physician, and other states you can. So, but I think the one thing that I would ask LSO to do if this bill is drafted would be to have a memo on how physician is used in state statute, because it's in other places of what we allow or require physicians to do other than just the title, I think 33 that professions are in. So I think that would be my request within this bill draft request.
So I'm not sensing a strong pull one way or the other on asking this bill draft. This is a lot of work for our staff and for a working group. So I want to be clear that this is a high enough value that we're going to dedicate this time to it. So go ahead.
I'm on
Senator
both
Hutchins.
sides, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I agree with the time frame of trying to put it through the budget session would be very difficult, but would it be a good idea to get a working group started, to start working with everybody to just get a foot in?
So I'm going to make a suggestion. I'm going to make a suggestion that a working group be formed. I'm going to be maybe brazen and say, I'm going to chair it. I'm the last one in the body that's actually passed a practice act, and that was the Acupuncture Practice Act. So my point being is it took 2 years and a lot of effort to do it, and it does take a lot of effort. Anybody can participate, all the interest groups can participate, but I think I'll try to help take the lead in that and help guide that. I think what I'd like to do is for the committee to consider is if there's any bill draft to be done, I'll request it be done. I'll present it at our next meeting. The next meeting, you can at least be informed about what work we've done. If you choose to take it up as an independent, as a bill draft for the committee, great. If you choose not to, then we'll let an individual take that effort up if they choose to, if they want to. So this will be a working group of interested parties, not particularly of this committee, not to be reimbursed by the legislature, just a working group to do that. Does anybody have any strong objection to that, or even a mild objection? Go ahead.
No objection, Mr. Co-Chair. Just a question regarding Representative Yin's proposition for a memo on the word physician throughout statute, throughout the Green Books. Would that come from your committee?
Yeah, I think that's, no, we can ask our staff to give us some context to that. That would be fine. And doctor, actually.
Chairman, that shouldn't be very complicated. I'm sure that's fine.
Yeah, thank you. Well done. All right, is that a decent landing place for that one? And I'll work with whoever wants to on the committee, and Cheryl Lynn and Dr. Marks about who we want to, who gets into that. All right, further business for the committee. Further business for the committee. Can you stand anymore? No, you can't? So our next committee meeting is scheduled for October, can't remember the date now, 16th and 17th. Depending on what we get for bill drafts and what we see as the workload, it might just be a one-day meeting. And we'll just see kind of how things land. And then that will give us a second day if we need it for later, or we have to request another day from the management council. So any final comments from the audience? Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for being with us. I'm sorry we took longer on some of our topics. That's on the co-chair and I for being, you had another half a day, so we're just taking up all the time we have. Further discussion? Thank you very much. We are adjourned.
I'm starving.
Sorry.